Okay, we're live.
Thank you. And are we recording?
We are now.
Sorry, did we lose the town?
Yep, we did.
Sorry, everyone. Apparently, when the box comes up that says got it, you should click got it and not the X because I just turned off our feed. So that's my fault. I apologize. I will not make the same mistake this time. Ms. Howes, Ms. Roberts, just one housekeeping matter, if I may, before we start. Ms. Roberts mentioned that her advising expert for fire may not be available on Friday, the 27th. We reached out to Trent West, our expert, to see if he was available on Monday, the 23rd. He indicated that he could be available in the afternoon on the 23rd. He had another engagement in the morning. He could be at our office to start being questioned at 1 p.m. on Monday. I know that given our timing, that doesn't leave a lot of time, but if that was the only time that worked, I wonder if we could even shift our day a little bit, or Ms. Roberts, you may have found out that your advising witness is available on Friday, but I just wanted to let you know that's a possibility depending on what works for you.
Yeah, so our advising expert is not, it has a class for all but I think half an hour of our sitting time on Friday. So if we can move it, I'm prepared to start at 1, and I should probably have a sense before then of whether there'll be any time needed. But that was one of my questions because I'm also speaking to the airport expert to try to confirm a time with you. So to what we're starting, so what we should do is, so one Monday we have, we can either do this Friday for your cross-examination of our recreation expert, or this Monday. Those are the 2 days that she'll for sure have secure internet. And I think we have her booked for Monday, but if we need to change that, we can. But if we have her booked for Monday, we could do her in the morning, and then we could do the afternoon being, and then I'll carry on with Mr. Smill after you've done. I was gonna suggest if we could pick a time on Monday to do Miss Kennedy, just so that I can tell her and she doesn't have to kind of wait around all day. If you don't mind starting it at 9 or 10, whatever time we start with, but we pick one. So if we could do 10 to 3, if Ms. Howes is agreeable to that, or sorry, yeah, 10 to 3 on Monday instead of 9 to 2, would that work? And then we would for sure get done Mr. West and we wouldn't have an issue. And we wouldn't have to come back on Friday. Does that work for you, Mr. Ward?
That's fine on our end, yes.
Ms. Howes, how do you feel about changing the time for sitting on Monday?
That's fine by me.
Okay, so 10 to 3. And so then, Mr. Ward, just to make sure I'm not at all being vague, I'm gonna have Ms. Kennedy come at 10 a.m. for 10 a.m. on the Monday, is that right?
Yes, that's fine. We can work with that. Yep.
Okay, great, thanks. And then Mr. West is at 1 p.m. And then in between, we'll kind of figure out what we're doing probably once we know on Friday where we've landed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I really appreciate the accommodations. So that, and thank you for letting me know. So I will now confirm also that the expert for the airport on Friday will be, we'll just have the Mr. Martin start at 9 a.m. on Friday. Is that fair? The 27th?
I don't know, Ms. Roberts, if you think that you will be done with Mr. Smeal or by Friday, or if you're thinking you're going to carry on in parts of Monday or Friday with him. Do you have any sense of that?
I don't think I'm going to be carrying on Monday. I meant the following Friday. I'm so sorry. I'm now not being clear at all. The 27th. I'm asking if we're doing when are we doing the airport? I want to give the airport expert a time. They're in Ontario, and so I just want to make sure that we've lined it up so that I can give them a time and they've blocked it off in their calendar. So I don't know how much time you might need with them. We also have, so do you want to put them in the afternoon? How do you want to do that? Do you want 12, like, for example, do you want 12 to 2 with them?
I mean, we can, if you want to start with them on Friday and then they know that it's the clear start time, that's fine with us as well.
Okay, and then if Mr. Smith's not quite finished by Monday, because we're moving Mr. West over there, et cetera, we would just complete that day, right? No, we would be, yeah. So we have potentially Ms. Grande and Mr. Grande starting that day potentially, right?
Well, and I might suggest if that's the schedule, I assume Mr. Grande would be relatively short, that you could finish him so that we don't have a witness waiting a week over in between her evidence. But I mean, we can certainly see how much time you have left.
For sure, and we'll be probably better able to predict that by the end of this week. Okay, that sounds good. I'll tell the airport expert 9 a.m. Friday. Mr. West is 1 p.m. Monday. And our financial folks are both on the 16th, so I think we can just sort out the details of that later. You agreed? Okay. Thank you, Ms. House, for accommodating that on real-time negotiation and scheduling here.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
So, one last question I have is just, Mr. Ward, can you just let me know so that I make sure we have documents loaded up, which ones you need open today? I know you did some of the evidence. I don't know if you're going back to any of those statements. We have a lot that we had open with Mr. Frank yesterday. If you have a sense now, I'll happily make sure I have them open that Mr. Frank does.
Yes, so that you can both plan for it. I'm going to finish up with the general statement that he was asking questions about. I'll turn briefly to his library reply evidence, and then I'll finish with his fire statement after that. So that would be the three you can plan for in order, if that's helpful.
Great, thank you. Do you want any of the reply statements from, did you want Mr. Smith's reply? Have that open? I'm assuming you might go there. Or are you just
I think it's actually perhaps Ms. Barney's reply statement that I may refer to, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, thank you. Very good. The witness is ready.
Okay, then welcome back. So we're dealing with Mr. Frank again this morning, continuing his evidence. Mr. Frank, I just want to ask you, do you acknowledge that you're still under your affirmation promise to tell the truth in the hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. Mr. Frank, in your general witness statement, can you turn to tab 17, which is at page 285 of your statement? Do you have that, Mr. Frank?
How come? No.
Okay.
Sorry, what page are we? I think I must have misheard you and I'm so sorry. Can you tell me, is it page 285 that we want?
Yes, that's
Okay,
right.
thank you. I must have got that.
Okay, sorry, yes, I have it now.
This is a memo from Peter Smeal, the CAO of the town, regarding a joint planning session held on April 26, 2017. Do you see that?
Yes,
Did you have any involvement in that joint planning session, Mr. Frank?
no,
The memo indicates that the Joint Liaison Committee directed administration to explore options to amend the Whitecourt and Woodlands water and wastewater agreement. Do you see that?
yes,
Was the water wastewater agreement amended in 2017?
not to my knowledge.
Were any of the terms described in the memo that you've included agreed to by the county?
Not to my knowledge. No, not to my knowledge.
All right. And you said that the agreement was not amended. Were any of these things that the county was seeking to have included in an amended agreement, Mr. Frank?
This being a joint liaison, which would be a recommending body to the council, so it would have been brought back to council for consideration.
And do you know if the Woodlands County Council considered those amendments?
Not to my knowledge, and no, I don't know.
All right. Okay, Mr. Frank, can you turn to your rebuttal statement on library services?
I have it open.
All right, and if you turn to tab 2 at page 5.
I have it.
Okay, I take it this is the bylaw passed by, at that time, the municipal district of Woodlands establishing a library board. Is that correct?
That's the Woodlands County establishing a municipal library board, yes.
And am I correct that currently the libraries that county residents can access are located in Blue Ridge, Fort Assiniboine, and in the town of Whitecourt?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the libraries in Blue Ridge and Fort Assiniboine are operated by the county's library board?
Sorry, the first part again?
Yes, the libraries in Blue Ridge and Fort Assiniboine are operated by the county's library board. Is that correct?
Yes, maybe that's right. Yes, that is correct.
But the library in the town of Whitecourt is not operated by the Woodlands Library Board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you turn to paragraph 5 of this witness statement, so that's back on page 2. You state there that the county and the town's library board have not yet entered into an operating agreement. And does that continue to be the case, Mr. Frank?
Was that, sorry, I missed the first part. Tab 4, tab 3?
No, sorry, paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I'm asking you where you've indicated that the county has not yet entered into an agreement with the town's library board. I just want to confirm that continues to be the case.
That is correct.
And in that paragraph, at the end, you say that the funds the county proposed to allocate to the Whitecourt Library Board have not yet been reallocated for library services within the county by the Woodlands County Library Board. So are you indicating there that the county's intention would be to reallocate those funds to the two library boards within the county, or sorry, to the two libraries within the county?
The letter speaks for itself.
Okay. I'm asking specifically that your statement about the fact it has not yet been reallocated. What I'm asking, Mr. Frank, is if the county now has plans to reallocate those funds to the Woodlands County Library Board.
As of today, you're asking, Mr. Ward?
Yes.
Yeah, council has yet to determine that.
And is the direction that if you don't reach an agreement with the Whitecourt Library Board, the intention would be to reallocate those funds to the Woodlands County Library Board?
That would be a decision of council.
All right. And that's not a decision that's been made yet, Mr. Frank?
That's what I stated.
I think he's asking you as of today. Is that correct, Mr. Ward?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Allocated today.
As of today, yes.
Okay, Mr. Frank, could you turn to your witness statement on fire services, please?
I have it open.
All right. So, Mr. Frank, you've given some evidence about the county's fire services needs. I just want to start by confirming, are you yourself a trained firefighter?
No, I wrote this witness statement as an administrator.
Okay. Do you have any experience or expertise in training standards for firefighters?
Through my knowledge of as an administrator.
And when you say that, you mean as a CAO who oversees operations for a municipality that includes their fire services?
Working with fire departments directly and as the general manager for community services in Lac-La-Biche, the director here in Woodlands County, and also reporting directly from the CAO's office in the city of Cold Lake, the town of Tabor. Yeah.
And separate from that, do you have any specific training or education in fire suppression?
Do I?
Yes.
No.
All right, if you turn to paragraph 6 of your witness statement, that's at page 4.
I have it.
So here you've stated that each of the county's fire districts are serviced by paid volunteer fire departments, each with up to 25 volunteer firefighters. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Do you know how many firefighters are actually staffed in each of those fire districts?
Not recently.
Okay. Does the Anselmo Fire District have 25 firefighters?
I can't say.
Do you know if the Goose Lake Fire District has 25 volunteer firefighters?
I can tell you, I can't say that.
Okay. Isn't it fair to say 25 is actually the largest number that any of the fire districts have in terms of their membership?
It says up to 25, yes.
And so would that be Fort Assiniboine, Mr. Frank?
Possibly.
And is it fair to say the other 3 fire districts have fewer than 25 volunteer firefighters?
No.
You believe they have as many or more, or is it simply the case that you're not sure how many are in each department?
Not at present.
Can you turn to paragraph 17 of your witness statement? That will be at page 6.
I have it open.
So here, Mr. Frank, you've indicated that the variability of expenses for fire services has made it difficult for the county to reliably budget for the provision of fire services. Do you see that?
I do.
And in making that statement, are you including one-time capital costs that are incurred by the fire department?
No.
You're only talking about operating costs?
Well, again, variability of expenses can be included in capital. Yes, so I'll make my statement. Yes, that can include capital as well.
Right. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that in 2014, the town's fire department added a paid deputy fire chief to its staff?
Well, I don't have any idea of that.
Were you already in your position as a director in 2014, Mr. Frank?
Depends what time of the year.
Okay. Are you aware that the town now has a paid deputy fire chief for its fire department?
They have paid deputy fire chiefs, yeah.
You're just not able to confirm that that change occurred in 2014. Is that fair?
I can't confirm that.
Okay. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, in 2015 that the cost share percentage under that previous cost sharing agreement increased from 22% to 24.8%?
Sorry, the question again?
We spoke earlier about the cost sharing agreement whereby the county paid a certain percentage of shared expenses. Would you agree that it was in 2015 that there was an increase in the county's percentage from 22% to 24.8%?
I'm not sure of the year.
Okay. Would you agree that at a certain point in time, there was an increase that reflected changes in population in the town and county?
That is correct.
And is it your understanding that that happened sometime in or around 2015 that would have applied?
2015?
15, sorry, 15.
Yeah, no, I would say not. No,
Okay. Do you recall when that took place, Mr. Frank?
no.
Okay.
If I may clarify, the population census changed from 2011 to 2016. So I would think that change would have occurred after 2016 once you knew the population census. So more than likely in 2017, but I cannot confirm that.
And you would agree, Mr. Frank, that an increase in the county's percentage share under that agreement would result in increases in the payments for fire services. Is that correct?
So one more time on the question.
You would agree, Mr. Frank, that if the percentage of cost to be borne by the county has increased, as we've discussed based on population changes, that would increase the dollar amount you would pay with respect to fire services to the town?
Yes.
Did you understand that in or around that period, the town's fire department incurred additional costs for new dispatch software?
No.
And is it the case that you don't think they purchased the dispatch software, or that you don't have any knowledge of that?
Yeah, the town never provided any information that would indicate that they purchased new software.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the town's fire department has incurred higher costs for insurance over time?
No,
And is that again simply a case where you don't have any information as to what the town's insurance costs were for their firefighting services?
that's correct.
All right, can you turn to Ms. Barney's rebuttal statement, please, on finances?
I have it open.
All right, if you turn to page 8 of that document.
Yes, I have it open.
Have you reviewed this document, Mr. Frank?
Yes,
Is it your understanding that the second line where it refers to fire department shows the amount invoiced by the town for operating costs relating to fire services from 2008 to 2019?
29, yes, 2019, yes.
Do you,
We bet.
sorry, Mr. Frank, I thought you said, wait a minute, are you looking at the document?
No, sorry, I was waiting for you. Sorry about that.
He said way better when the screen was
Yeah,
made larger on
Yeah,
the screen,
my
sorry.
apology.
Oh, okay. No, I'm glad we didn't continue staring at each other then. Do you agree, Mr. Frank, that these numbers represent the amounts invoiced by the town for fire services between 2008 and 2019?
No, cannot.
Do you have information that suggests these numbers are incorrect, Mr. Frank?
No, this is a Excel spreadsheet that was prepared by Ms. Barney, so I can't confirm whether that information is correct or not.
It's not something you reviewed in advance of the questioning today?
No, no, I would not.
All right, Mr. Frank, we can go back to your witness statement.
The fire statement or the general statement?
Sorry, the fire statement. And if you turn now to paragraph 21, which is at page 7. In that paragraph, you state no special services above and beyond the usual standards are required for the airport based on its current volumes of traffic and use. Do you see that?
Yes, yes, I do.
That's your opinion, Mr. Frank?
Yes, it is.
And have you based that on any study or reports that you've received?
On research that was done by myself and various individuals that I respected in the industry.
Which individuals are those, Mr. Frank?
The late Bill Walker with the city of Grand Prairie, who was retired and was a colleague or a friend through the years.
All right, and how long ago did you do that research, Mr. Frank?
It was prior, during the, when it came up through the mediations talks, so. Last
So-
years.
Right. And have you ever shared that research or information with the town?
I have expressed it to the town, yes.
What you've expressed is the statement that you've repeated in paragraph 21 here.
That is correct.
In the next paragraph, Mr. Frank, sorry, that takes us to the next page 8. You go on to say that the county may call on adjacent municipalities in the event of emergencies where you can't marshal enough firefighting resources to respond. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that the town's fire department is one of the departments that would be asked to respond to emergencies outside of its normal service area in the county?
It could be called upon through a mutual aid agreement, yes.
And you would agree that the town's fire department has been called upon to provide mutual aid assistance outside of its usual service area?
Oh, I'm not sure of that.
Have you reviewed Mr. Timtician's statement on fire services, Mr. Frank?
Yes, I have reviewed it. Yes.
Did you review all of the incident logs that are included in his witness statement describing responses by the town's fire department?
I did briefly review them, but not in detail, no.
But you would agree, even having reviewed them briefly, that there are a number of instances where the town's fire department does respond outside of its regular boundaries?
Yeah, none that I can recall or come to that remind me.
Do you want Mr. Frank to look at that statement and that tab? I don't have it open, but we can open it if you need it.
I'll come back to that if we need to. Mr. Frank, in paragraph 24, you say that rural and urban municipalities have different needs for fire services. Do you see that?
Paragraph 24?
It's the first sentence of paragraph 24. That's right.
That is correct.
And that again is your opinion, Mr. Frank?
Based on my years of experience working with both urban and rural municipalities, yes.
Did you hear Mr. Webb's evidence, Mr. Frank, with respect to the fact that there is not a different service level or need for responses in rural or urban municipalities?
If that's what he stated. I heard it. Do I remember it? Not necessarily.
Well, and so if that was the statement made, I take it you disagree with that statement, Mr. Frank?
Well, just a second, paragraph 1, sentence 1 of paragraph 24 says something different than what you just asked him.
All right, well, let me ask it this way, Mr. Frank. Your view is that a rural and an urban municipality have different needs for fire services. That's what you've stated there. And that continues to be your opinion, Mr. Frank?
Yes.
And so is it your view that different service levels are appropriate for a rural or urban municipality?
Yes.
You then go on to state that it is often adequate for a 2-person crew to respond to a fire in the county, whereas in the town, 4-person or larger crews are required. Do you see that?
That's correct. Yes, I do see it.
And that again is your opinion, Mr. Frank?
That's what's stated there. Yes.
Okay. And I just want to confirm again, was that based on any report that you've received, or is that your opinion as to what's appropriate for the county?
It's based on my opinion in regards to the level of service that is provided by rural municipalities. Sometimes a 2-man crew can be necessary or can respond to a fire or can respond to an incident, and then from there determine what additional resources are required.
So your view is that a 2-person crew is often adequate to respond to any incident in the county, whether it's a highway motor vehicle incident or a fire?
Well, maybe when a call comes in through a 911 dispatch, all fire department members are dispatched. Depending on the nature of the call, initially there may be a command unit that is sent out with a one-man crew or a two-man crew that depending on that, and then additional resources once they're on scene are required to do that, as well as the possibility of manpower coming to the hall to pick up additional equipment.
Well, so actually, Mr. Frank, the only time you're suggesting a two-person crew is adequate is as an initial response. But if there is actually confirmed a fire or an incident, you would agree that more members are required to respond.
So what was the question?
Well, you've tried to explain that you might initially send a two-person crew, but in the course of that answer, I take it that if there is actually a fire or an incident to respond to, in essentially every case, more than two members are required to respond. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. So depending on the incident.
Well, do you agree with Mr. Webb that anytime there is a motor vehicle accident that 4 members are dispatched and 4 more are on standby?
Sorry.
Do you agree with Mr. Webb's evidence with respect to the number of members that are required to attend a motor vehicle accident call? That 4 members?
That's his opinion that he gave testimony to. Right?
Yes, and you disagree with that opinion because you think 2 persons are sufficient to respond to a motor vehicle accident?
Mr. Ward, when I'm saying in my state person crew, depending on the incident, can be a level of service department is capable of providing service. For example, a false alarm call can be simply a fire alarm that goes off that 911 dispatches. So an individual goes out to see if there is an actual fire, right? So that is an acceptable of service.
And Mr. Frank, do you know what the county's practices are in terms of the number of firefighters that are dispatched to an incident?
Depends on the incident.
Okay. And when you're making this statement, is it based on what the county actually does or your opinion of what is necessary?
Based on a combination of both.
And Mr. Frank, have you reviewed incident statements for the county's fire department that show how many members have responded to incidents?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Well, I referred Mr. Frank earlier to Mr. Tim Titian's statement where there are a number of incident statements describing calls the Whitecourt Fire Department responded to. You indicated you'd briefly reviewed those, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And am I correct that the county keeps similar data in terms of summaries of incidents responded to by the county's fire department?
We have software that provides those reports, yes.
Okay. And did you review those in the course of preparing this statement?
No, I did not.
All right. Mr. Frank, the Whitecourt Fire Department service areas includes areas of the county that do not have direct access to water. Is that correct?
No.
You believe that throughout the Whitecourt Fire Department service area, there's always direct access to water?
Described or
Sorry, you got cut off there, Mr. Frank.
describe direct. I don't understand what the term direct means then.
Well, are there often situations, Mr. Frank, where firstly, there are no fire hydrants available within that service area?
That's correct.
And
But just like, sorry, Mr. Ward, was your question, I think your question, and I may be misremembering, but I thought your question was within the town service area, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay,
Within the town?
No,
in the Whitecourt Fire Department service area. Just sorry, because I think you had a disconnect there. Just want to make sure that we're both on the same page.
sure. And
Did I know that correctly, Mr. Ward?
So I'm now even more confused.
all right, Mr. Frank, let's start by, can you pull up Mr. Tintishan's fire evidence?
Ms. Sentler, can we also put that on the screen? Thank you.
And if you turn to page 277, that's tab 17.
Just give me a sec to find it, okay?
Yeah. And Ms. House, the only page I'm referring to is the one on the screen here. That's page 277.
Okay, but I'm just trying to make some notes.
Yeah.
Know
that's-
which, and sometimes it's going a little fast for me to make the notes, which now means I'm gonna have to go and review the tapes again. So okay.
Sorry, Ms.
I'm
House.
just trying to save a step, okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe we slow down a bit.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you.
And sorry, please feel free to tell me to slow down at any point in time. Mr. Frank, just so we're clear and talking about the same thing, this tab from Mr. Tintishan's evidence shows what I understand to be and what he says is the Whitecourt Fire Service Area. So as a starting point, do you agree that the service area for the Whitecourt Fire Department includes areas of the county outside of the town boundaries?
Outside of the town boundaries? Yeah.
Yes. And do you agree that this map represents an accurate reflection of the service area for which the Whitecourt Fire Department is responsible in responding to incidents?
To the degree of the details, yes.
Right. And I appreciate this isn't your map, but that is generally consistent with your understanding that there is an area along these lines in the county that's directly serviced by the Whitecourt Fire Department.
Yeah, the only area is on the east side, if that line is correct, between Blue Ridge and Whitecourt. So I'll assume Mr. Tintishan is correct, so yes.
All right. My questions about access to water, and I'm sorry, Mr. Frank, had been about the area within this service area, so within these red lines. And my question then was, would you agree that in much of this area, there is not access to a fire hydrant? Is that fair?
Yeah, for the majority of the area, yes, there is no fire hydrants typically in a rural municipality.
Okay. And as a result of that, you would agree the fire department is usually required to provide tanker trucks to supply water when responding to a fire incident?
That's one of the resources they have available to them, yes.
And what other resources would be available to address the supply of water, Mr. Frank?
Dugouts, streams, ditches full of water, rivers.
And you would agree those solutions of the tanker truck are not required in circumstances where a fire hydrant is located nearby?
Sorry, the question again?
You've described some other solutions, and you would agree that those or a tanker truck to supply water are not necessary in locations where there is a fire hydrant available?
No.
And do you disagree with that because there are circumstances where additional water resources will be needed over and above a fire hydrant?
That's the determination of the fire chief on the scene.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that if a tanker truck is required to respond to a fire, that additional personnel are required to drive and operate that truck?
That's the determination of the incident commander, and yes, you need one individual to drive the tender.
Okay. And so would you agree, Mr. Frank, that where a tanker truck is required, a two-person crew would not be adequate to respond to a fire incident?
That's a determination of the incident commander.
So you don't agree, or your suggestion is it would be possible for a tanker truck to respond and still only require two members to respond to the fire?
That's the determination of the individual responding, who is the incident commander determination.
All right. Mr. Frank, would you agree that this Whitecourt Fire Department service area includes the Woodlands Business Park?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that the business park includes large industrial buildings?
There are industrial buildings on the properties, yes.
And would you agree that the Woodlands Business Park is connected to the town's water system?
No,
Are you suggesting it's not connected to the town's water system?
the Woodlands County water system is connected to the town system.
Okay, so the Woodlands Business Park is connected to county infrastructure, which in turn connects to the town's water and wastewater services?
Sorry again?
Well, you've made a distinction that the industrial park is not connected to the town's water and wastewater services. But is it the case that the town's water and wastewater services connects to the county's lines, which then connect to the Woodlands Business Park?
The town, the Woodlands County water and sewer services are connected to the town's water and sewer services.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the Whitecourt Fire Department's operational capabilities would have to include sufficient manpower and equipment to respond to emergencies in the Woodlands Business Park?
Presently, that's determined by the town of Whitecourt and their level of services that they contract back to the county.
All right, so the town has to determine what's necessary to respond to an incident in the Woodlands Business Park.
The incident commander, I would believe, but
But the town is then responsible for ensuring that it has the proper equipment or manpower available to incidents that may be required in the Woodlands Business Park?
the municipalities are a corporation, and if you have a contract between two parties as a corporation, the agreement would then stipulate which level of service that is provided, right? And the person that is providing that service then determines that level of service and manpower and equipment to provide that service.
All right. Within Mr. Tim Chisholm's evidence here that's on the screen, can you turn to page 347?
I have it.
So using an example of January 11, 2017, again, Mr. Frank, are these the incident response reports from the town that you indicated you had only briefly reviewed?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it your understanding from these reports that for the vehicle accident response described here, there were 7 firefighters that were required to respond to the scene?
I believe there's 7 yeses there.
And an additional 4 firefighters that were on standby.
I believe it says unit standby, so I have no idea what that means.
All right. And it lists the addresses Highway 43 and 751. Would you agree that this response is a response in Woodlands County, Mr. Frank?
Well, depending if you describe Highway 43 as being part of the county.
Okay. All right, can you turn to the next page then, page 348? Again, on that January 11 date, there is another incident which is described as a fire, and the address is 13458 Woodlands, Range Road 122, Woodlands County. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that that's located within Woodlands County?
I would assume that, yes.
And is it your understanding that this report would indicate that there were 13 firefighters that attended at the scene of that fire?
I'll count again. There are 13 yeses on that statement.
And Mr. Frank, I'm not going to take you through all of the incident summaries, but would you agree in reviewing those that when the Whitecourt Fire Department responds to emergencies in the county, typically more than 2 service members are required to respond?
Sorry, the question again?
Well, we can go through more of these reports, but what I want to ask you is whether you would agree that when the Whitecourt Fire Department responds to emergencies in the county, that more than 2 service members are required to respond.
So that's, you're stating that?
I'm asking you if you agree with that statement.
No.
So would you agree with me that more than 2 members are responding to those incidents in the county?
On the 2 that we reviewed, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm happy to give you time to review the balance of the incident reports, Mr. Frank, if you think you disagree that in other cases there are only 2 members that are responding to any of those incidents. But I put it to you that the fact is more than 2 members are actually required to attend in most of the incidents that are described in Mr. Timtish's evidence.
If you'd like the witness to speak to what's in those call-out reports, I would like him to have a review of the document.
Sure, I'm happy to have him spend some time reviewing those, and perhaps if we want to take a break now, I can give him some time to review those.
Sure, I'd like him to answer that question. I think that would be appropriate, and a break would be helpful. Then he can just sit and look at them.
We'll take 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. House.
Are we ready to go?
We are, yes, Ms. House.
We're just waiting for our lawyer to return from the washroom. Are you ready for me to proceed, Ms. House?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Frank, have you had an opportunity to review some of those incident reports?
I see, yes, and I got to page
So,
117
all right.
out of the 938 pages.
All right. Can I take you to a few of the incident reports that may show two or fewer members responding? If I take you firstly to page 346. There is an incident from January 5, 2017, where it looks like there are two firefighter names listed on this incident report. Do you see that, Mr. Frank?
Yes.
And would you agree that the response here is described as gas leak, response to carbon monoxide detector alarm?
That's what it says.
Okay. If you go ahead to page 350, yes, 350. There are some other incident reports described here with a single response from the fire chief, which are described as public assist, ambulance assist, alarm, no fire, detector activated, an alarm, no fire, smoke or steam mistaken. Do you see that?
Yes,
Right. So you would agree, Mr. Frank, that there are circumstances where a member or two or fewer members are required to respond to incidents where it's described as either a false alarm or an ambulance assist. Would you agree with that?
no,
Okay, and why do you disagree with that?
because again, the incidence is determined what the level of service that the town of Whitecourt provides.
All right.
That's what the report says.
Okay, Mr. Frank, can I take you back to your statement at paragraph 24?
The fire.
So, Mr. Frank, at paragraph 24, what you've said is that it's often adequate for a two-person crew to respond to a fire in the county. And I would put it to you, having reviewed the statement, that anytime the county is responding to a fire incident, more than two members are required to respond to a fire emergency in the county.
The question again?
Having had the opportunity to review the reports, would you agree that anytime the county is responding to a fire emergency, more than two members are required to attend and respond to that incident?
So depending on the incident,
Well, and have you had an opportunity to review those incidents reports, Mr. Frank?
as previously indicated, I started
And
938 or roughly 600 pages. So I got through to page 417.
all right, well, Mr. Frank, you have no reason to question the accuracy of those reports, do you?
No, that's the town's report.
And you would agree those describe the number of members required to respond to incidents in the county?
That's what they say, yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Frank, with respect to the equipment used by the Whitecourt Fire Department, am I correct that the county purchased a mini pumper and a tanker and then jointly purchased a pumper truck with the town? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And outside of those three pieces of equipment, you would agree that the town's fire department uses other equipment it owns to respond to emergencies?
Sorry, the question again?
Would you agree that when the town's fire department responds to emergencies, it uses equipment beyond those three pieces of equipment we've just described?
That's up to them.
Okay. Okay. You don't have any knowledge to suggest that those three pieces of equipment are the only things necessary for the town's fire department to respond to emergency?
That is the determination by the town of Whitecourt Fire Department to respond to a fire call based on the resources that is available to them.
Okay. And you would agree that the town recently purchased a new aerial truck?
Yes, that's my understanding. They did.
And the county refused to contribute to the purchase of that aerial truck, is that correct?
The county did not contribute to the purchase of the area.
Okay. And is that because you determined the aerial truck was not necessary to respond to rural fires that might occur in the county?
No, it was council's decision not to participate or purchase or contribute towards the area.
All right, well, if you turn to paragraph 27 of your witness statement. you've stated there, Mr. Frank, with respect to the aerial fire truck, this type of equipment was not necessary to respond to rural fires that might occur in the county, and the county declined to contribute to it. So isn't that the basis upon which the county has refused to contribute to the purchase of the aerial truck?
Sorry, what page?
It's page 7, paragraph 27.
Page 9.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 9, paragraph 27.
So the questioning, one more time.
Is it the case that the reason the county has refused to contribute is because you believe the aerial truck is not necessary to respond to rural fires that might occur in the county?
That's correct, that the town or the county decided not to participate in the purchase of an aerial.
For the reason that you've articulated there, Mr. Frank.
That it's not necessary, yes, that's correct.
Can you turn to back to Mr. Timtician's fire evidence and turn to page 321?
Oh, my thing went. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Ward, I was just grabbing that statement. I hadn't inadvertently closed it. Was it?
This is the correct one, page 321.
Yeah, I have it.
Thank you. It was me that accidentally closed my document, sorry. And Mr. Frank's thing froze, but he's back.
All right. Mr. Frank, this is a letter from the county to the town of Whitecourt, dated January 28, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes,
And would you agree this letter confirms the county's opinion is that the mini pumper and the county-owned tanker and the jointly purchased pumper are all that is required to respond to the county's service needs?
I think in accordance with the agreement stated in 6.7 of the agreement.
Okay. So the basis of the statement there is simply reciting what is provided for in the agreement, Mr. Frank?
That's what it states.
Okay. And does it continue to be your view, Mr. Frank, that those three pieces of equipment are sufficient to respond to firefighting needs in the county?
It's not my view, it's council's position, so I respect council's position, and therefore, yes.
Okay, well, you've offered a number of opinions, Mr. Frank, about what is sufficient or what is required. Is it your opinion that those three pieces of equipment are sufficient for the Whitecourt Fire Department to respond in that service area?
Objection, don't answer the question.
This witness has already gone forward and provided some of his own opinions, both in his written statement and today verbally. I'm going to allow the question.
So what's the question again? Sorry,
Is it your opinion, Mr. Frank, that the three pieces of equipment that are described there are sufficient for the town of Whitecourt Fire Department to service the area of the county they are responsible for?
yes,
And is that on the basis of any study or fire review that the county has undertaken?
no,
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, with the statement that the jointly owned pumper is scheduled to be replaced in 2024 and that the mini pumper is scheduled for replacement in 2021.
Is scheduled, yes.
Has the county taken any steps to replace the mini pumper to date?
No.
With respect to the aerial truck that we've described, Mr. Frank, would you agree that the aerial truck has been used by the town of Whitecourt Fire Department to respond to emergencies in the county?
I have no idea.
I can take you ahead to page 327 of Mr. Tintishen's witness statement. Sorry, page 327 of this document.
Is that the memo?
Yes, that's right.
Oh,
This is a memo from Mr. Tintishen dated January 21, 2021, describing a Whitecourt Fire Department mutual aid response to Blue Ridge Fire Department. Have you seen this document, Mr. Frank?
Yes, right, yeah.
Would you agree that this was a response to a lumber mill that is located in Woodlands County?
That's what the memo states.
And would you agree that the memo, and if you need to refer to the attached photographs that follow, show that the town's aerial truck was used in responding to that fire?
That's what the memo states.
And you have no reason to disagree that that's the case?
Well, it doesn't, and again, not, that's a memo that was stated. That's Mr. Tintishen's evidence.
All right, well, if you turn ahead to the enclosed photographs that follow, so turn to page 328. Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that this shows the town's aerial truck?
It shows an aerial truck. It shows a W that I would assume is the town of Whitecourt's area. But can I confirm that? No.
Okay. Do you recognize this as being the lumber mill that they're responding to?
No.
All right. Mr. Frank, with respect to the mini pumper owned by the county that we've discussed, would you agree that the mini pumper is not rated to respond to structure fires?
I have no idea.
Would you agree that the mini pumper is only sufficient in providing an initial defensive fire suppression for single family structures?
I have no idea.
All right. In Mr. Tintishen's witness statement, can you go back to page 109?
I have it.
All right. Is it your understanding that this describes the Whitecourt Fire Department's fire service levels?
That's what it states.
And that this would describe the types of emergencies and capabilities that the town of Whitecourt Fire Department must be capable of addressing?
That's what it states.
And would you agree then that those service levels would apply not simply to emergencies within the town boundaries, but also to emergencies in the county within the fire department service area we looked at earlier?
That's determined by the level of service that is provided by the town of Whitecourt, so yes.
That service area that we are describing, would you agree it includes residential developments located in the county on the fringes of the town of Whitecourt?
Yes,
And you confirmed earlier that that includes the Whitecourt Business Park.
yes,
Does that service area also include the Whitecourt Airport?
yes,
And you would agree that the Whitecourt Fire Department is responsible for ensuring sufficient manpower and resources to respond to emergencies in each of those areas?
in accordance with the cost sharing agreement, yes.
If we turn back to your witness statement, Mr. Frank, at paragraph 25.
Why does it do that?
And sorry, Mr. Frank, you can look at paragraph 24 and 25 that I'm going to refer to for my question.
Okay, I have them.
All right, so you have stated that urban municipalities have higher service standards requirements than rural municipalities. And again, that's your opinion, correct?
Yes,
And you've already confirmed that the Whitecourt Fire Department service area includes residential, industrial, and commercial developments on the fringes of the town's borders, correct?
yes,
Would you agree that those developments are not properly classified as rural? So you would characterize the significant residential development on the fringes of the town and the business park and the airport as being rural developments?
that's correct.
And your view is that, for instance, residential developments that fall outside the town boundaries on the fringes of the town have a different fire services need than the residential developments adjacent to them within the town boundaries?
Repeat the question.
Well, you said that each of the things I've described, the residential developments on the fringes of the town, the industrial park, and the airport, you characterize all of those as being rural. And you have said that rural and urban municipalities have different needs. So my question is, are you suggesting that the residential developments on the fringes of the town have a different need for fire services than the residential developments adjacent to them within the town of Whitecourt?
Depending on the incident of the fire or the incident.
All right, Mr. Frank. In paragraph 26 of your statement, you indicate that the town has historically sought contribution from the county for higher capital and operational costs for the delivery of fire services than are justified relative to the level of services that the county requires. And again, that's your personal opinion, Mr. Frank?
It's my statement.
Okay. And
Opinion.
have you based that opinion upon any report or study that you've undertaken?
Based on my years of experience working with fire departments, both in an urban and rural setting.
Well, if we go back to Mr. Tintishan's witness statement again. Can you turn to page 43 of his witness statement? Have that, Mr. Frank?
Sorry, what was
Yes,
it?
yes, I do.
It's page 43, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you.
This is a letter to you dated May 30, 2016 from Larry Kirkpatrick. Do you see that, Mr. Frank?
Yes, I do.
And at that time, I take it you would have been still the Director of Planning and Community Services at Woodlands County?
That is correct.
This refers to a report relative to the Regional Fire Chief Services Concept and Model Study. Did you commission this report, Mr. Frank?
The county did.
And what was the purpose of commissioning that report?
To understand the need if we required a regional fire chief.
Okay. If you turn to page 52 in this document, the report contains a chart comparing fire services expenditures between different municipalities, including the county. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that the report concludes that the county's per capita expenditures fell within the 65th percentile? And Mr. Frank, in fairness, I referred to the chart, but if you look above in the paragraph in 6.1, that's what I'm referring to.
That's what the report says.
And would you agree that the report concluded that the county is spending about the right amount of dollars on fire and emergency services?
No, unless I review the report again, I can't say for sure.
All right, well, Mr. Frank, right on the screen here in point 6.3, I can allow you to review that statement and then see if you agree with my question.
That's what the statement says in the report.
If you turn to the next page, 53.
I have it.
Would you agree that the report also concluded that service levels related to what a designated station can perform are unclear? That would be the second bullet in the last section, Mr. Frank.
You're just asking to confirm that's what it says, right?
Yes, I'm going to ask him questions about it. So I mean, I think it says what it says. Okay.
Sorry, that's what the report says.
So, Mr. Frank, since the report was issued, has the county endeavored to establish more clear service levels for its fire service areas?
We're in the process.
That's something you haven't done yet, but you're planning on doing?
Yes, that's the intent.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the county's fire departments sometimes lack sufficient training, manpower, and equipment to meet service levels?
No.
You don't agree there are any situations where they lack manpower, training, or equipment to meet the county's service levels?
No.
You can't think of a single instance where they are required to call on other mutual aid partners to respond because they don't meet those service levels?
That's a different question.
Well, that's my next question.
Okay.
So now you have to repeat, sorry.
Well, you've said you don't agree that the county ever lacks sufficient training, manpower, equipment to meet service levels. So now I'm asking if you can ever think of an instance where the county was required to call on one of its mutual aid partners because it lacked the sufficient training, manpower, equipment to meet service levels?
No,
Would you agree that the Blue Ridge and Selmo and Goose Lake fire departments lack training and equipment to perform vehicle extractions?
no,
You believe they have that training?
no. Sorry, then I misunderstood the question.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Frank, that Blue Ridge and Selmo and Goose Lake fire departments lack the training and equipment to perform vehicle extractions?
That's not the level of service they provide. So no,
Okay. Would you agree with me that they lack the training and equipment to provide medical services?
they don't provide medical services. That's not the level of service they provide.
So for emergencies involving vehicle extractions and medical services in those areas, resources from other fire departments would have to be called upon. Is that correct?
We call through the mutual aid agreement, yes.
And that includes the town that is often called to provide those backup services?
I can't tell you how often, but they are one of the mutual aid partners that we rely on.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the county fire departments lack certain specialized ropes and equipment that the Whitecourt Fire Department can offer?
I have no idea.
In this report, if you continue towards page 64.
On page 64.
Yes.
I have it.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that one of the recommendations made in the report you commissioned was that the county continue with the intermunicipal cost sharing contribution with the town relative to providing fire emergency service protection in the county?
That's what the report says, or it's a recommendation.
And would you agree that one of the rationales for that conclusion was because a significant part of the county's population base resides near the town?
On the page.
That's what that report says.
Would you agree, Mr. Frank, that the town raised concerns about the funding formulas that were in use when this report was created?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were you involved in discussions around the funding formulas for fire services at that time?
No.
All right, Mr. Frank, can we turn back to your report, your witness statement at paragraph 28?
Oops, wrong one.
That'll be on page 9.
I have it.
So, Mr. Frank, in paragraph 28 of your witness statement, you note that fire equipment is often priced in US dollars. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you agree that currency exchange rates fluctuate from time to time?
Yes.
And your opinion is that currency exchange rates pose a further risk to the county's need for stable and predictive budgeting?
Sorry, again.
You stated there that currency fluctuations pose a further risk to the county's need for stable and predictable budgeting. That's your opinion, Mr. Frank?
My statement.
For the county's other fire departments, are equipment purchases sometimes made in US dollars?
No,
You have never had an occasion where equipment that is required by the fire department is in US dollars?
I have not purchased any equipment from a fire department in US dollars.
If the Whitecourt Fire Department has to purchase equipment in US dollars, which is necessary to meet service requirements, is it your opinion that the town should bear all of the risks of the fluctuating currency exchange rates?
It is my understanding that the fire manufacturers that produce equipment have, you can either purchase in US dollars or Canadian dollars.
And would it be your view, Mr. Frank, that the priority should be obtaining equipment at the lowest possible cost?
Sorry, that they should purchase at the lowest possible cost?
Well, you've indicated there are options to purchase in US dollars or Canadian dollars. Would you agree that the more important consideration is the net cost to the municipality in making that equipment purchase?
Woodlands County would never take a risk of purchasing US dollars as it fluctuates.
Is it your understanding, Mr. Frank, that large equipment purchases are often done through a competitive process by the municipality?
They are required under the inter-trademark agreement.
And what you're referring to there is that municipalities are required to undertake a competitive procurement process under the applicable trade agreements, the U.S. Partnership Trade Agreement, for instance?
The ones that are required by the province. So it escapes me the actual, I related to the intermunicipal. I will say that there is a trade agreement that the municipalities have to follow in accordance with our procurement legislation.
All right, and that's, I believe there's two, the U.S. Partnership Trade Agreement and the Canadian Free Trade Agreement that replace the Agreement on Internal Trade, or AIT. Is that correct?
I can't tell you offhand.
All right. But regardless of what municipalities might like to simply directly source, you would agree that they're required to engage in a competitive process consistent with those trade agreements?
No, what I'm saying is that in accordance with our purchasing policy, we must adhere to the provincial legislation that indicates at a certain value that purchases must be competitive.
And is it your understanding that the town would also be bound to follow that process, Mr. Frank?
There are municipalities, so yes.
Can you turn to paragraph 31 of your witness statement? That's on the next page 10.
Yes.
You state there, Mr. Frank, that the town receives about $148,000 per year to respond to highway motor vehicle collisions. Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
You also agree that the funds received by the town for those highway services calls within the county are used to reduce both the town and county's costs pertaining to fire services?
They reduce the costs of the town of Whitecourt's fire department costs, yes.
Right, and by reducing those costs, the effect is that it reduces the county's share of the net costs incurred by the fire department. Is that correct?
Based on the proportionate cost sharing arrangements, yes.
Right. Well, you indicate in paragraph 33 that if the county maintained its own fire services, the payments would be 75% of the revenue made to the county rather than the town. Do you see that?
Yes,
Wouldn't you agree that in those circumstances, the county would also be responsible for all the costs associated with providing emergency services to respond to those highway calls?
that is correct.
And you have agreed with me that 3 of your fire departments currently don't have the capability to provide those services?
Not at present.
Ms. House, may I just have 5 minutes before we conclude or potentially conclude?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Ward,
Thank you for that, Mr. Frank. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Roberts,
I have some redirect from Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank, do you recall being asked by Mr. Ward some questions about paragraph 26 of your prior witness statement?
Yeah.
And specifically, you recall being asked questions about the phrase there that you say relative to the level of service that the county requires?
Yes.
Can you advise us what the level of services that the county requires is determined by?
By the county itself.
Sorry, can you be more specific?
The council has a standard operating guideline that the county has a bylaw that establishes the level of services determined. Now I gotta think, is it a policy? It's either a policy or a bylaw that establishes a level of service.
And when, do you recall being asked some questions to which you responded, that's not the level of service that they provide with respect to Goose Lake and the Ensemble Fire Departments?
Yeah.
Is the answer that you just provided about what determined the level of service in paragraph 26 the same to that? If I were to ask you what determines the level of service, quote, they provide, and quote, by the Woodlands County Fire Department, would your response be the same?
They provide the level of service as determined by that policy.
That council passed, you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. Ms. House, sorry.
thank you. I have a few questions for this witness on clarification things, either on what he said sometimes or what's in his written document, particularly around the fire services. So the first one, Mr. Frank, is the paragraph 23. I'll go to paragraph 8 first. Sorry, paragraph 8 on page 4 of your fire services.
We're talking about the fire statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Paragraph 8.
Yes.
Yes.
So paragraph 8. What do you mean by attractive items?
Items that are auxiliary to the piece of equipment. So they could be specific tools to that. They could be hoses. They could be nozzles, that type of thing that are on the piece of equipment.
Okay, so help me understand, when you say attractive items, does that mean they're on the piece of equipment to make it look attractive?
No, so the attractive items is defined as usually they have a certain value before they become a capital item under, and again, I'm not a finance, the tangible capital or asset management system that we have to attract our inventory, but they are equipment that is used by the fire department to on scene of an incident. So again, they could be hoses that is on the piece of equipment. They could be axes, ladders, anything that when the unit was purchased, they then equip it with their tools that they use at the scene.
And is the term attractive items a specific term that's used by the county, or is it just yours?
In general municipal terms, that in my career throughout the number of municipalities, that's a standard term in the budget to use as attractive items. They're a value that is not a capital item. So they're consumable. They can be replaced within a year or 3 years. Type of thing, but that, yes, that's a financial term that is used in the budgeting process. So to verify is such as replacing tires and fire equipment.
Okay. I don't want to imply anything into your words. That's why I'm asking. Okay. Then I'll go to paragraph 27. You were asked about something like the aerial truck. So, and you were shown a picture where the aerial truck was apparently responding to a lumber mill fire in the county's territory. Can you tell me how the town, what's your arrangement with the town in terms of doing that they would then bill you for that? How does that work in between you and the town?
So presently under our mutual aid agreement, there's no additional costs associated with a adjacent municipality response or assists with the fire call. So it's reciprocal in the event that the town of Whitecourt would have a major incident.
So in that, I guess that was going to tie to my other question about mutual aid. I just wanted to make sure I understood how it worked. So in your mutual aid agreement with the town, is it different than your mutual aid agreement from your other rural partners?
No. The reason why I kind of hesitate, we have mutual aid agreements with Lac Saint and Yellowhead County, Town of Whitecourt, and Barhead, and none of them have exchange of money. We do have a mutual aid agreement where there is a disaster where Yellowhead County can ask to recover their costs associated with it. But it's usually considered a major, or like a wildfire or something that we're doing a number of resources.
Okay, so in this mutual aid arrangement, essentially each of you has somewhat of a fire capacity to respond, and you say to each other, if you need help, we'll come and help you, kind of thing.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
And you do that on the basis of the party who comes to help, the municipality who comes to help, carries all the costs.
Yes, that's correct. They come with the understanding that it may be the other way next time. Yes.
I don't mean to be nitpicky, Ms. House, but I take it you're saying about the balance of the mutual aid agreements. Obviously, Mr. Frank made a carve out for the town having a separate agreement as well, but I think is your question specifically about all of the mutual aid, like irrespective of the specific agreement the cost sharing?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get from him, you know, how the county approaches its mutual aid agreements. So
Got it. Okay,
um,
thank you.
hopefully if there's something specific, like with the Yellowhead County, he told me something specific. Okay, so,
Thank you.
okay. So for example, with the aerial truck, just as an example, with the aerial truck and that lumber mill fire. If the town did not have an aerial truck, it would not send the aerial truck to that lumber mill fire in the county. And then might the county have to try and find other resources then to assist with that fire?
No, again, the mutual aid is based on the incident, and then the incident commander, the fire chief that is on scene may ask for additional resources, and depending on that, what's available for the additional resources, it's the responding fire department's responsibility, or has the, if I use the term first right of refusal, maybe they can't because they don't have individuals available, they're on another fire scene, or that simply doesn't have the capability of doing that. So we call upon our partners, our mutual aid partners, to based on the incident and availability of resources, but it is the reciprocating partner to determine what resources they send.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understand. I have some familiarity with working with fire services with municipalities, but I don't want to presume my previous experience or understanding applies here. So I need to clarify with you, okay? For example, this fire at the lumber mill in the county. In your understanding, whose fire hall would respond to that, first of all?
It would be Blue Ridges in this case.
And Blue Ridge Fire Hall has a fire chief.
That is correct.
Okay. So then who becomes the incident commander?
The individual that has, typically it's the individual with the most seniority on the fire department that arrives on scene. However, the fire chief could show up after the scene has been deployed, and then, or I mean, the firefighters have been on scene, and then the senior member takes over. But that again is based on their protocols on how they are working on the scene.
Okay, so for example, Blue Ridge Fire Hall responds, and it's somebody other than the fire chief who goes out. The most senior of those firefighters from the Blue Ridge Fire Hall would become the incident commander.
Typically, that's what happens, yes.
And if the Blue Ridge Fire Hall fire chief showed up, they may or may not take over as incident commander.
That's correct.
Okay, so that incident commander now, whether it's the firefighter or the fire chief from Blue Ridge, do they know what every other mutual aid partner has for equipment?
And to answer that question, they should have a good idea, but again, so they'll radio into dispatch asking for a mutual aid assist, and please dispatch whatever resources that the fire department determines is available. So i.e., in the case of the aerial, if the incident commander thought that the aerial could be used, and they know that there is an aerial there, they would ask for that resource available, and that's the purpose of the mutual aid. However, again, the town has a right to say it's not available.
Okay, and so when the county is now the responding mutual aid partner, okay, so you're providing mutual aid to someone else. What kind of equipment do you have that you can use for mutual aid?
We have several pumpers, tenders, rescue units up in Fort Vermilion, some smaller rescue Argos, side-by-sides, that type of thing for assisting in bushfires, that type of thing. So there's a list in Mr. Scott's
Mr.
of our list of equipment that we have as a fire service.
Okay, can you tell me if any of your other mutual aid partners have equipment like an aerial equipment?
To my knowledge, the only one that may have is Yellowhead County, but I can't confirm that.
Okay.
I do not believe the town of Barhead does the services for Barhead County, and Laxing, and to my knowledge, doesn't. But again, I can't confirm that.
Okay, thanks. I want to go to paragraph 14 of your fire statement. This is where you're talking about the money the county pays to the town. So the 24.8%, that's set in the cost share agreement. It's based on a population formula that the two municipalities worked out.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then it talks about the 100% of the firefighter wages. So that would be the town's firefighters who attend to fires in the county or respond to incidents in the county?
That's correct.
Okay. How do you budget for that each year?
It's well, it's somewhat difficult because of the firefighters. So the incidents vary, but based on historical data, that we make that number based on historical 5-year trends.
Are you looking for a number?
Oh, the amount?
I don't know.
No, I'm just trying to figure out because there's, he talks in paragraph 17 about the variability of expenses. So that was one that I saw and I thought, how do you account for that? How do you budget for that? So,
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're using historical information that the county has to say, this is what we've paid in the past. We expect it's going to be this much this year.
That's what we anticipate, yes.
Okay, so if the actual number of incidents in the county change, you're either up or down on your number.
Yeah, that's correct. So depending on the overall, and again, it's based on a number that is provided by the town and then reconciled and on actual costs. And the actual costs are never meeting the budget number.
Can you say that again?
So the town provides us with a budget number that they anticipate that occurs. That will occur over the following year. We typically use that number. And then at the end of the year, it's reconciled with the actual cost. And those two numbers never match.
I'm just trying to absorb that for a sec. So, okay, so the town provides you an estimate every year to say, we think this is how much the firefighter wages are going to be for your incidents next year. Here's the lump sum amount.
Yeah, they provide us with an overall budget. They don't provide us with the detailed actual amount until it's reconciled.
Okay, so you get an estimate amount for fire services for 2022.
That is correct.
And it will include this 24.8%, plus it will include the estimate of the 100% of firefighters' wages for the county calls.
That's correct.
Okay. If it's a call in the county, we've seen all these different incident reports. Is that a call that is then generated in, you said you had some sort of a software that tracks it. Is it tracked in your software or only in the town's?
No, only in the town. The town keeps it. So the 911 dispatch, the call comes in through a 911 typically, and then that call is generated through, I believe they have the same software, but I can't confirm that. We have our own software that comes through 911.
So I think I'm not picking up something there. When a call comes in that's in the county and it goes through 911 dispatch.
Yeah.
Does the county get a tracking of that through their software?
No, so the 911 operator or system has the existing Whitecourt fire area, which is that map that was displayed earlier, right? So any call that is in that area then is dispatched to the town of Whitecourt.
Okay. And then they get the information on their software.
That's correct.
Okay. So then if the county adds a new development in the residential area within the town's service area, but it's in the county, or it adds a new building to the business park, or it adds a new building to the airport development, do I understand that it's the town then that has to include that in their budget estimate as to what it's going to cost them to service that?
Well, again, I can't speak for the town, but I would assume that they don't budget based on the amount of development that occurs. They base their budget based on the service level that they provide. So whether you, and I'm in general terms, whether you respond to one fire or respond to 200 fires, you need to maintain a level of service that describes. So adding additional development not necessarily changes the amount of the budget. But again, I can't speak for the town on how they arrive at their operational requirement.
Okay, so the fact that the county may add things within that service area that the town has may not, you're saying, change their service level, and as a result may not change their budget.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you get the information in paragraph 14 about the 100% firefighter wages, what do you get with that when you get the invoice for it?
Typically, and again, we get a lump sum based on actual costs and broken down. So here's the operational costs, included is this, so the total amount equals that. So, and again, calling from recollection, it's about $15,000 a year that we pay in firefighter pay.
So you only pay that bill once a year?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that in your cost share agreement, that's how you pay that?
Yes, it's based on Schedule C of the agreement that states outlines the 100% firefighter costs.
But does it say when it's invoiced and paid?
Yeah, so it's supposed to be, I believe, there's a statement 30 days after the actual come in and has been reconciled with us.
Okay, I think I'm getting the impression from what you said, and please tell me if I'm wrong, okay? That on the firefighter wages that the town has to respond to county calls, they save all that up for the year. At the end of the year, they send you a bill that is included in the lump sum with the 24.8%. And after the county has verified or done its audit on that, the county then pays that bill. Did I get that correct?
That is correct, but yes.
And Ms. House, Mr. Frank referenced Schedule C. I just want to offer this as for information. Schedule C to the cost sharing agreement, which is appended to his fire statement. If anybody would like to look at that, there is a section in Schedule C. It's on page 27, and there's a heading, Fire Department, and then it references a variety of things there, and then it says honorarium for out of town fires. And then blah, 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 it kind of goes on. But there's that little section there, and then it's, because that's the agreement, it's just XXX for amount, but you see how they have agreed there in Schedule C. So I just thought I would offer that in case it's of assistance to you, given your questions. It may not be, and I apologize if it wasn't. But
Can you just go up on that, pull up that document a little? Can we see what is at the top of Schedule C here? I don't.
just scroll up.
So this is the calculations.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, where in Schedule C does it say when it's billed?
No, not in Schedule C, in the actual agreement that there's an interim payment, June 30th. I'd have to go back again.
It's tab
Tab what?
4. It's tab 4 of your document. It's tab 4 fire, the
sorry.
fire.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's the amendment. Just to be clear, sorry, I missed that is the amending agreement that's there, but that's where the schedule is.
Okay, so in the actual cost sharing agreement, it says when the town will invoice the county that you make interim payments.
So we provide them advance money, typically by June 30th of the year, based on the budget that they provided us, and then we reconcile it the following year after everybody has done their audit statements and actual expenditures have occurred or reconciled.
Okay, so you provide one interim payment in June.
That's correct. Yes,
It's kind of an advance
that's,
based on, okay.
that's correct.
So then on this 100% of firefighter wages, if the town has responded to an extraordinary number of calls into the county area, in its service area of the county, by June 30th, it may already have eaten up whatever advance you're giving them for this portion of the expense. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, possibly, yes.
Okay, so then the town would carry the carrying costs of the rest of it until it's all reconciled at the end.
Yes.
Okay,
And vice versa, sorry, and not to, could be the opposite. They get no calls for the first 6 months of the year out in the county and have calls at the end.
okay. So that's kind of the arrangement that you've worked out between the two municipalities.
That's correct.
Okay. I think that helps me understand some of the things you've said or written about. So any questions arising from my questions? Ms. Roberts?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Ward?
No, that's fine, Ms. House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Is this a good time to take our lunch break?
It is. For the first time, I think we're actually right on time.
Okay, we'll come back at 5 minutes after 12.
Thank you.
And Ms. Roberts, sorry, you said that you were going to proceed with Ms. Loberg. You indicated you might identify certain statements. Are you prepared to proceed on each of them? Have you determined that?
You can put them all in, but I think that I'd said I was going to start with water, and I don't think we'll finish.
All right.
Thank you.
Are we ready?
Yes, and Ms. Howes, I don't think we put on the record the people in the room because we've shifted the camera around to focus on the witness. I should say that I am here. Mr. Swanberg from my office is also here. Ms. Scheck-Loberg, the witness, is here, and Peter Smeal, the CAO, is also in the room off camera.
Thank you.
In my location, it is myself, Mr. Frank, and for this witness, Ms. Slutwig, who gave evidence on the first day. This morning, it was just Mr. Frank.
Thank you. Okay, so we're dealing with Ms. Scheck-Loberg, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Loberg, I'm the arbitrator. My name is Deborah Howes. Our practice in the hearing is to ask witnesses to take and commit in a civil promise to tell the truth in the hearing. Do you have any objection to doing so?
No.
Thank you. So Janine, it's Jennine.
Yes.
Scheck-Loberg, Scheckloberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, whenever you're ready.
All right. Ms. Scheck-Loberg, did you prepare in these proceedings a sworn statement of evidence with respect to water and wastewater services?
Yes, I did.
And if I look on the first page of that document, is that your signature contained on the statement?
Yes.
And at the time you prepared that statement, was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
And does it remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
Yes.
I'm not sure, Ms. Howes, if you want to mark them as we go, or you want me to go through all three at first.
Let's mark them as we go. So Ms. Roberts, if you have no objection, that'll become Exhibit 15.
If I have no objection, Mr. Frank is going to leave the room briefly, so I promise to let you know that. So now he's leaving. And I will let you know when he's back. I don't have an objection to continuing with respect to just putting the witness statements in. I prefer we not do any substantive evidence without him here, and I defer to Mr. Ward if he feels otherwise.
Okay, so, and no objection to the statement going in?
Oh, sorry, maybe you didn't hear me. I actually said that first, sorry.
Oh,
I said
sorry.
no objection. Yeah, and then I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, Exhibit 15. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Scheck-Loberg, did you also swear a witness statement in these proceedings with respect to the ACOS St. Joseph School site?
Yes, I did.
And if I show you the first page of that statement, is that your signature on the statement?
Yes.
And was the evidence in that statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you swore the statement?
It was, yes.
And does that remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
It does, yeah.
Ms. Howes, I would ask that that be the next exhibit.
Ms. Roberts, with no objection from you, we'll have it Exhibit 16. If you have no objection.
I don't have an objection. Am I off by numbering? Is it 16 for the school and 15 for the water?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm off by a number. Thank you. I don't have any objection.
I think what I might have done was used 13 twice yesterday. So Mr. Frank's general statement should be 11. The reply on the library should be 12. The fire services should be 13. And the reply on the cemetery should be 14.
Thank you. Yes.
So we're at 16. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And then finally, Ms. Scheck-Loberg, did you also swear a witness statement with respect to cemetery services in these proceedings?
I did, yes.
And if I show you the first page of that statement, is that your signature on the statement?
Yes, it is.
And was that statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you swore the statement?
Yes.
And does it remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. House, that is the last statement from Ms. Scheck-Loberg. I'd ask be marked as an exhibit.
Ms. Roberts, if you have no objection, we'll mark it as 17. Do you have an objection?
No objection, thank you. And Mr. Frank is back.
Thank you. Exhibit 17. Mr. Shaw, Mr. Ward, back to you.
I'm prepared for Ms. Roberts to proceed with her cross-examination unless there's anything else you'd like us to address, Ms. House.
No, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't turning it over to Ms. Roberts before you were ready.
Thank you, Ms. House. Yes, I am ready for Ms. Roberts to proceed.
Okay, Ms. Roberts, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good. I was going to say good morning. Good afternoon, Ms. Scheck-Loberg. Sorry. Ms. Scheck-Loberg, I understand your current title is Director of Planning and Development at the town, correct?
Correct.
And can you give us a little bit of a sense of what your educational background is? And I mean like after high school.
After high school, I obtained a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Alberta. I became a registered professional engineer with APEGA in 2011. And following that time, I also became a registered professional planner with the Alberta Professional Planners Institute, as well as a registered member of the Canadian Institute of Planners.
So you're both a planner and an engineer, is that correct?
Correct.
And 2011 was both for the planner designation as well as engineering?
2011 is when I obtained my professional engineering designation, and it was 2018 I obtained my professional planning designation.
Thank you. Sorry. You speak quickly. I have that issue too. So I'm having trouble keeping up with you. If I might ask you just to slow down slightly, otherwise I probably will end up asking you to repeat. And I realize it's kind of just a natural thing, but I'd be grateful if you can do your best.
Sure.
Thank you. And it's not a criticism, I do the same. You may ask me to slow down as well. I'll try my best. How long have you been employed with the town?
Since 2010.
And I take it have you had the designation of Director of Planning and Development that entire time?
Yes.
Did you have any prior work experience relevant to that role before you joined as Director of Planning and Development?
Other than my engineering work, doing design for municipal subdivisions, that was my relevant experience.
And how long did you do that?
5 years.
Okay, I'm sorry. And where were you employed?
I was employed prior to the town with Morrison Hirschfield out of Edmonton, Alberta.
And what are your primary responsibilities as the Director of Planning and Development with the town?
I oversee all subdivision development and building permit applications that come through, as well as update and maintain all of our statutory planning documents.
You're not responsible for infrastructure, correct?
If it is new infrastructure that a developer is bringing on, then yes, I am responsible for it.
Does the town have a Director of Infrastructure?
Yes.
Who's that?
Currently, it's Camrose Zaman.
And how long has that individual been in that position?
He's been with us a few years now. I want to say about 4 years maybe with the town.
Okay. And I get it's your best of your knowledge. That's your best.
Yeah, sorry, I guess.
Did you consult with him before you made the water wastewater statement that you have in front of you?
No, I did not.
Is it, I'm sorry, I don't know if he has a hyphenated last name, but I heard Camp Roos, so I missed the last part.
Zaman.
Zaman. And is Mr. Roos Zaman, is he also responsible for the utilities that the town manages?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else responsible for managing utilities, specifically water, wastewater?
Under the direction of cameras, we do have a manager of utilities. Yes.
Okay, who's your manager of utilities?
Nick Slutwig.
Thanks, Ludwig. And did you consult with Mr. Slutwig before you made this statement?
No, I did not.
And you're not specifically responsible for the management of water and wastewater, I take it?
No.
You, I believe that there are three agreements with respect to water, wastewater services, or simply water services as between the town and the county, and you've referenced them in your statement, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the first one that I believe you referenced is at tab 3, which is on page 22 of your statement. Amanda Antler's managing our documents, so we're just going to wait for her to get to page 23. Oh, numbering may be off. It's tab 3. Can you see that on the screen in front of you? Ms. Sheklover?
Yes. Yeah.
So you'd agree that's the first agreement that we have, and that's at least the first tab material to your documents. That's one of the agreements of the 3, correct?
Yes.
Were you part of negotiating that agreement?
This one? No.
And your role with respect to this agreement is primarily with respect to implementing it when it comes to development and planning projects, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I can have you, sorry. I can have you turn to first tab 29 of your statement, the water and wastewater statement. You have in front of you there the intermunicipal services agreement. That's what it's called. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, and it's dated October 31, 2006, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that is what you call in your statement at paragraph 22, the SAC-DOA intermunicipal services agreement, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to that, the third agreement. Sorry, a lot of appendices and my tabs are moving down really slowly. Is that number 30? You reference what you describe as the Deer Park Intermunicipal Services Agreement. And that's dated June 6, 2016, and also just simply called Intermunicipal Services Agreement. You see that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Can we maybe take 2 minutes, Ms. House? I don't know why, but my computer just completely turned right off. Sorry.
Yes, we'll take a break. Let us know when it's back up.
Sorry about that, everybody. Thank you for your patience.
Go ahead.
So sorry. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Antler. So sorry. I think we were at tab 30 of your statement, Ms. Scheckelberg, and that is the agreement that you're describing as the Deer Park Intermunicipal Services Agreement, right?
Correct.
And this agreement, I take it you weren't involved in the what you've called the SACDOA Intermunicipal Services Agreement since it was in 2006, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the agreement we have in front of us, the June 6, 2016 agreement that you've described as the Deer Park Intermunicipal Services Agreement. Were you involved in negotiating that agreement?
Yes.
I can have you turn to paragraph 1 of your statement. Under the heading service industry, about halfway through that paragraph. Well, first of all, so there, right after you reference appendix 1, the tax revenue sharing agreement, you see that?
Yep.
Okay, and then I'm going to take us there in a moment, but first I'm just going to point out that you say the purpose of this agreement was to foster, quote, growth without borders. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Did you make that phrase up?
I believe it might be from the RFD that's attached in Appendix D.
In appendix 2? Is that what you're saying is appendix 2? It might be found in the RFD? Sorry, Ms. Scheckelberg, if you answered, I didn't hear you. I'm just asking where you say you thought that was located.
Sorry, yeah, she did say the
Yeah.
RFD in tab 2.
It didn't come through for some reason. Thank you. So the request for decision at tab 2, you're saying that's the source of that phrase that you're using, the growth without borders?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we look at tab 1, the tax revenue sharing agreement that's dated April 26, 2010, I'm making an assumption, but I'd just like you to confirm you were not part of negotiating this agreement, correct?
Correct.
And that phrase, growth without borders, you would also agree with me that that phrase is not found in this agreement, correct?
I don't believe so. I'd have to review the agreement.
Okay. You say in your statement, the purpose of this agreement was to foster growth without borders. I'm going to have you look at the whereas, the and whereas that's at the bottom of page 1 of this agreement. So it's on page 9 of this statement. And you see there it says, and whereas the county and town both desire to provide services, facilities, and other things that are necessary or desirable, and also desire to develop and maintain safe and viable communities, all in an efficient and economical manner, etc. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. There's no reference there to growth without borders, correct?
Not explicitly, no.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean is that when the county and town were preparing this agreement, the idea was to put growth where it was best suited. So whether it be in the town or the county, this tax revenue sharing agreement made it so that it didn't really matter. We weren't competing for that assessment base.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Just through my experience with the town and how these agreements have been implemented.
So people at the town have told you that?
Correct.
Thank you. And on page 10, the last item in what we call the preamble, so all those whereases and add whereases, that one says to accomplish the goals, which is the version that item that we just reviewed, says it is fair and equitable that each municipality share with the others some of the tax revenues collected by each municipality. See that?
Yes.
And that's your understanding, is that each municipality would share some of its tax revenue with the other?
Correct.
In your statement, you'd agree with me that what you're referring to is payments from the town, or sorry, from the county to the town, correct?
I believe in this agreement, it worked both ways. So wherever there was development that exceeded that threshold, I believe it's 50 million. That's when the revenues would be shared. So if the development occurred from the town would share revenues with the county. And if the development occurred in the county would share revenues with the town.
And are you aware whether that ever happened when developments in the town occurred, that tax revenue was shared with the county?
Yes, I believe it occurred in both instances.
You believe what?
I believe it occurred in both instances.
And do you have specific examples that you can point me to?
I'd have to, I believe they were in either Judy's financial evidence that outlined where the payments were. In the tab 2 I've provided, you can see the net benefit to the town of Whitecourt. And you can see that Whitecourt provided to Woodlands 85,000 and Woodlands provided to Whitecourt 114,000 with a net benefit of 29 to the town.
And sorry, the witness is looking at page 16 of her evidence for
Yes.
reference.
Appendix 2.
Yeah, so Ms. Sheckloberg, I think that legal counsel for the town is just trying to assist in making sure that our paralegal who's assisting us in locating the documents knows where we are. So you're welcome to refer to any document you need to. If you're able to remember to mention the number that you're on, we can all get to the same page as you.
Sure.
Great. What I think your evidence was, what you're saying in this request for decision, which I take is a document prepared by the town CAO to council, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying in that Mr. Smill, the CAO for the town, has calculated the numbers that are in the middle of page 16, correct?
Correct.
And the source of your information then is this document, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what those numbers represent in terms of the 85,000, for example?
The actual projects themselves that were related to those numbers.
Right.
I believe Woodlands County, there was some A&C development. I'm sorry, I don't recall all the projects. And then in the town of Whitecourt, I believe that was the Miller Western Bioenergy Project.
You agree with me, this RFD relates to the termination notice received by the town from the county of that tax revenue sharing agreement. That's what this relates to, correct?
Correct.
If we can turn back to tab 1, there's nothing in the tax revenue sharing specifically talking about water or wastewater. Do you agree with me?
Correct.
Am I correct in understanding that the reason this document is in your statement is that the town had an opinion, which you've adopted in your statement, that that agreement, the tax revenue sharing agreement, was philosophically connected to the water wastewater agreement?
Correct.
And that's the only reason it's here, correct?
It was also to show the partnership between the town and the county.
When you say in paragraph 1 of your statement, the purpose of the tax revenue sharing agreement was to foster growth without borders, that is an opinion, correct?
I suppose.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
And it's an opinion that you've obtained in preparing this statement in consultation, I take it, with other members of the town administration. Is that correct?
And throughout my years with my understanding of how that agreement was to work between the communities.
So it's your opinion as well.
As well, yes.
So it's the town's opinion and your personal opinion, is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware of any instance in which that phrase, growth without borders, or the one in paragraph 5 of your statement, planning without borders, which you put in quotations in each instance, where those phrases have been adopted through council for the town and council for the county?
I know they've been used on several occasions, as well as in joint press releases.
You haven't included any joint press releases using those phrases, correct?
There is one.
Where is that?
I think it's appendix 6.
Sorry, what number?
6, I believe. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it myself. I guess it says planning as one community.
Where are you?
I'm just looking, I'm just trying to find where there is that statement. I'm in what's up on screen there. I was just trying to read through it to see if it's explicitly said that same term.
Sorry, Ms. Scheckloberg, why don't I give you a moment to read it and just let me know if you've identified where that is? I thought you were pointing somewhere specific, my apologies. If you do locate it, if you could just count down from the top or up from the bottom so that we can all orient ourselves to where you are, that would be great.
Yeah, so it's not explicitly in there, but the second last paragraph does talk about planning as one community. Let me just see if it's elsewhere. Yeah, so it's not the exact term, but I believe it implies the same.
Okay, and this was not in reference to the tax revenue sharing agreement. You would agree with me?
Agreed.
Thank you. You say in paragraph 2, we'll just stay on that theme. I have another question for you earlier in the paragraph, but right in the middle of that paragraph, you say this agreement was signed in conjunction with the linear revenue sharing model that was added to the cost sharing agreement. And you're referring, when you say this agreement with a capital A, you're referring to what you describe above as the water wastewater agreement. You see that?
We're in paragraph 2 of my statement.
Paragraph 2. So I just want to make sure that I've let you me know if I'm mistaken. I think you were talking in the middle where you talk about this agreement, capital A, as the water wastewater agreement that you reference above, but you attach below as appendix 3. I think in each case, the agreement you're talking about is the water wastewater agreement, but I need you to confirm if I'm correct about that or if I have it wrong.
Yes, where it reads this agreement was signed in conjunction with the linear revenue sharing model that was added. That is in reference to the water and wastewater agreement, the 2013 water and wastewater agreement.
Thank you very much. And so you're saying that it was signed in conjunction. Again, there is nothing in either of those agreements that states that, correct?
In the 2013 cost sharing agreement and the 2013 water and wastewater agreement, no, there is no explicit reference in either.
Okay, thank you. So again, this is an opinion that you or the town have, and I'm going to go through that and just determine whether this is just your opinion or you would agree that the town also shares that opinion. First of all, is that your opinion that they were signed in conjunction?
They were signed on the same date, yes.
And this is essentially another way of saying what we talked about earlier about the philosophically connected, correct?
Correct.
And to your understanding, is that also the town's opinion?
To my understanding, it is.
Thank you. Can I just then jog back? I wanted to stick with the theme that we had from that document you referred us to. Thanks. So at the beginning of paragraph 2, we say in furtherance of the objective to allow for the development of non-residential properties near the town and county's municipal borders. And you say that's the purpose for which the water wastewater agreement was entered into. Am I understanding that correctly?
Can you repeat that question one more time?
Yeah, and part of it is I'm having trouble making sure that I'm understanding your sentence correctly. And so I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure I haven't got it wrong. What I think you're saying in that first sentence is that the town and county entered into that water wastewater agreement, back up to your first sentence, in furtherance of the objective to allow for the development of non-residential properties near those two municipalities' borders. And I just want to know if I have that right. You're saying the reason they did it was in furtherance of that objective.
Yes, the water and wastewater agreement was entered into to allow the development of the properties around the town's borders to connect into our system.
Okay, and the purpose was not just non-residential, it was also residential. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
And in fact, that water wastewater agreement serves both residential and non-residential properties, correct?
it does, yes,
And it has from the time this agreement was signed, correct?
correct.
And just so that I understand paragraph 2 and the references to appendix 4 and 5 correctly, you've attached there what I'll call from now on the IDP, but the intermunicipal development plan, the 2 bylaws. You've attached the same document twice because each municipality passed a bylaw with respect to that IDP, correct?
Correct.
And if I call it the IDP, I have no doubt that you know what that means, but I just want to say for the record, you'll know that I'm referring to this IDP unless I tell you otherwise.
Yes.
Thank you. And similarly, when I see you use, as in paragraph 3, the phrase the IDP, you're talking about that identical document that is passed by the 2 different bylaws and is attached twice under those different bylaws as appendix 4 and appendix 5, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. If I can have you look at tab 3, pages 22 and 23. I'm assuming that you've reviewed this probably multiple times, Ms. Shecklenburg, and I respect that. I want to offer you the opportunity to take a quick look after I ask my question if you need to just confirm for yourself. But what I really want to ask you is, in the items that are what in law we call the preamble, so which starts with the first whereas on page 22 and ends with the last and whereas on page 23, and that last and whereas is concluded with as per Schedule A, and then is followed by that paragraph that starts now therefore, etc. So I'm calling that the preamble. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yeah.
And in that preamble, I don't see a specific reference to a distinction being made between residential and non-residential properties. Would you agree with me there?
Correct.
Okay. And so I take it that your understanding in paragraph 2, where you talk about this is the objective is to allow for development of residential and non-residential properties. Is that from your working expertise as an engineer and a planner?
It's from reading through the document and looking at the service area. So the service area includes some residential and some non-residential.
Right. So I guess we could simply say it allows for the development of that service area. Is what I think you just said.
That would be fair, yes.
Okay. And then the service area is set out at Schedule B to that agreement, which is on page 43 of your statement. You see that there?
Yes,
And that was set as part of the agreement when it was signed in 2013, correct? To your
Correct.
knowledge? Yeah.
to my knowledge, correct, yeah.
Fair. I'm certainly not trying to wed you to somebody else's knowledge, but so just in fairness, if you don't have to say that every time, but I am asking within your knowledge. So that's the blue area, the area inside the heavy blue boundary, correct, is what we're talking about?
Yes,
And that boundary, has that changed at all since this agreement was signed in March of 2013 to your knowledge?
there has been no amendments to this agreement since 2013, no.
There were some changes?
No, there has been no changes.
No changes, okay. Thank you. And the water wastewater agreement deals with two things particularly. It deals with a water distribution system. Well, I guess it deals with more than two, but if I look at on each side of the boundary, it deals with a water distribution system and a wastewater collection system. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I have you look at page 25, paragraph 5 of this agreement says that Whitecourt shall retain ownership and control of the Whitecourt water system and the Whitecourt wastewater system. And just for reference, those definitions of those terms with the capitalization is on page 22. You see that in the first and second. So the first preamble item defines the Whitecourt wastewater system, And then the second one defines the woodland, sorry, it defines both, sorry. The preamble defines both, my apologies. The Whitecourt wastewater system is defined in the first portion of that preamble, you see that?
Yes.
And it says in paragraph 5 that each municipality retains ownership and control of its own respective systems, correct? Is that your understanding when you are implementing this agreement?
Yes.
And similarly, on page 31 of that agreement, paragraphs 33 and 34, you understand that Woodland agreed to be responsible for and pay for all costs associated with its own systems, both the Woodlands wastewater system and their cost to connect to the Whitecourt wastewater system, and that also in 34, Woodlands agreed to be responsible for all costs associated with its wastewater system, including costs associated with what I'll call maintenance and regulatory compliance, correct?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, that has occurred, correct? Woodlands has been responsible for its system and all costs associated with it.
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Can you explain what you mean by the first sentence in paragraph 5 of your statement? The statement says the town recognized that entering into an agreement whereby the town provides water and wastewater services to the county would realize the long-term benefits for the region. Sorry. The second sentence is what I meant. Prior to entering into the agreement, I think we've agreed that's Appendix 3, the water wastewater agreement. The town did have concerns about the impact that servicing the county would have on its system capacity. And there you refer specifically to a request for decision regarding the airport, and that's attached at tab 7. So we can turn to tab 7. Do I take it that this document captures what you mean by the concerns, like having concerns about the impact?
Yes, it does.
Is it fair to say that it wasn't you that identified those concerns to town administration?
This was prior to my time. So this was the former director of planning and development.
Okay. And you are not, I take it it would have been somebody in infrastructure that would have done that in any event?
This RFD was brought forward by the former director of planning and development.
It was the former that would identify the concerns about system capacity for water wastewater?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you're saying on this document. I'm saying generally. The document's written by Peter Yakulik. Is that who you're talking about?
Correct. Yeah.
And I'm asking any concerns about the actual capacity of the system. Would that have been within Mr. Yakulik's area of expertise, or would that have been an infrastructure question?
Yes, as the director of planning and development, we do understand a fair amount about the capacity of our systems and when we may be required to trigger further requirements in order to allow developments to occur.
And as I understand this RFD in part, that's at tab 7, if I look at the last paragraph about the word references, I take it that part of this concern was about capacity, but it was also about where development was going to occur. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. And I should have told you that at the beginning. So if ever I ask a question that either you can't follow, you don't understand, or you don't hear, please do ask me to repeat. That's perfect. So first of all, on page 111 of the statement, I'm sorry, Miss Antler. So unhelpful. Above the word references, I'm at that paragraph that starts with extension of utilities to the airport. Are you with me?
Yeah, I follow you.
Perfect. So my question is about that paragraph, and what I read that paragraph, I understand Mr. Yaklik raising concerns specifically about where development is occurring as opposed to only capacity of the water wastewater system. So I see the capacity is addressed in the previous paragraph, the capacity of our utilities in West Whitecourt. You see that?
Yeah.
And he specifically refers there to it's limited by the mains as they cross the river, correct?
Correct.
And then in the next paragraph, he talks about what it will mean in terms of development and that the development may occur outside the town, correct?
Correct.
And the concern there in that last paragraph is about rendering town within the land uncompetitive with rural land, correct?
Yes.
And that is part of what drives the content of the IDP, correct?
Correct.
The agenda from the town's perspective with respect to the IDP would have been to make sure that priority was given to development to the extent possible within the town, correct? That's the town's perspective, correct?
From my understanding of the IDP, it was written so that development was encouraged to go where it was best suited. So in the town, the smaller tracts of land for industrial that are connected to water, wastewater. In the county, the larger tracts of land.
I can have you look at paragraph 6. In the last sentence there, you say, sorry. The last sentence you say, county customers pay the same water consumption and wastewater charges as town customers. I'm just going to make sure that I understand this correctly, and I think it just may be a bit of a misunderstanding, but I understand that what you're trying to say there is that whatever's charged to the county as of the water that crosses the boundary to be utilized by county customers, that amount is the same as what the town charges the town residents. Is that correct?
Correct. So they pay the same rate for water as the people in the town pay.
But do you have any actual knowledge of what county residents pay for water that is connected to the town system now?
So the town invoices the county directly, and then the county remits that payment to the town, but it is billed at the same rate as what we bill the town.
Right. So I think that's where we're having a disconnect, and I just want to make sure that I'm following you correctly. I think what you're saying in that statement is the town bills the same to cross the boundary, and it bills the town residents, correct?
Yes, that would be fair.
Okay. And so what county customers pay, do you actually know that?
I don't actually know that.
Okay, so, and fair enough. I just wanted to make sure, I think what you were trying to say is what we've just agreed on in that last sentence, correct? You're talking really about the billing numbers. They're the same.
Yes.
Thank you. You say in paragraph 6 as well, right above that the county paid a lump sum of $400,000 at the time the agreement was signed, and you describe that as being in recognition of past capital costs incurred by the town for capacity to allow the county to connect to the town's water and wastewater system. You see that there?
Yes,
And so you, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is the town said, hey, we already paid for a bunch of stuff. You're benefiting from that stuff in our cost. We want you to pay a lump sum. And the county agreed to do that. And that number was $400,000. Is that that's what I understand you to be saying in paragraph 6. Is that correct?
for the most part, yes.
Okay, you may be more precise than me, I understand. You have a different designation, probably clearly expertise I don't have. But if we turn to page 42, what page 42, which is Schedule A to this water wastewater agreement at tab 3 of your statement, there in item Roman numeral 2, so II, it says, in lieu of offsite levies paid to the town of Whitecourt, Woodlands County agrees to pay $400,000. You see that?
Yep.
So in your opinion, in your understanding as someone, as the director of development planning, is that what you're saying in paragraph 6?
Yes.
Am I correct? Would you agree with me that offsite levies generally would be for future development?
Yes, offsite levies are a cost recovery tool from the municipalities used to pay for infrastructure that is required for the growth of their community.
And it's usually a function of what needs to be developed as a result of the fee is paid so that development can be funded, correct?
Yes, so that future infrastructure that is required for growth can be constructed.
And so there was no future infrastructure to be constructed for the county to hook up to the town at the time the agreement was signed. It's paid for past infrastructure, is that right?
The infrastructure was already there when the county connected, yes.
So you couldn't have charged an offsite levy, right?
Well, we do not have intermunicipal offsite levies, so with that said, I couldn't. The way offsite levies work in the town of Whitecourt, we collect at the development stage. So some municipalities collect at the subdivision stage, we collect at the development stage. And there are, if you are developing in the town of Whitecourt, the way we handle our offsite levies is we include things like wastewater treatment plant capacity upgrades, water treatment plant capacity upgrades, things that are required for growth of the community. And so if we do an upgrade that is required for, say, a certain population and you develop those, even if it's already built, you're paying into the cost of that infrastructure because it was built to accommodate that growth.
I'm gonna come back to that later, but if I can just clarify one other thing. And I'm just gonna ask for a short break. So what I'm looking at now is that the end of paragraph 7, so it's on the top of page 4 of your statement. You refer to a policy and then that you've attached there as appendix 9.
Yes.
And if I look at tab 9, the policy under item 1 says the town of Whitecourt will provide water and sewer services to customers beyond the municipality, provided the customers within town are not disadvantaged. And so by the service and are treated equitably. You see that?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you recite in part of your last sentence in paragraph 7, correct?
All right, let me just go back to paragraph
You almost
7.
verbatim recite it, correct?
Yes.
And so am I correct in understanding that, as I read the water wastewater agreement, that's tab 3, and understand the relationship, what I think functionally occurs is that the town provides water to the boundary, and from that moment on, it's the county's responsibility, or to wherever that connection is. After that, it's the county's responsibility, correct?
Yes,
So service delivery to customers in the actual county are the county's responsibility, the town's ends of the boundary, correct?
correct.
Okay, Ms. House, may we have a short break?
Yes, will 10 minutes be enough?
Yeah, that's great. Thank
Okay.
you.
10 minutes? Whenever you're ready, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. I'm just realized I should have gotten the paragraph in the statement that I was going to refer the witness to. So I'm just going to do that so I can also orient Ms. Antler. Sorry, I hadn't thought of that piece. I'm going to take you to tab 18, Ms. Stecklenburg, but I just wanted to first orient where that is in the statement so that you know where I'm going. So I'm at paragraph 17 of your statement. And in the first sentence there, you talk about the termination notice served by the town on the county on August 29, 2019. And that termination was with respect to the water and wastewater agreement. You see that reference there?
Yes.
Were you involved at all in making that decision?
No.
Okay. And if we turn, you have at tab 18, sorry, you say at tab 18 is the letter. I'm going to go to my electronic copy, sorry, because it may be that my paper copy is just mixed up, but 1 second, I apologize. No, the electronic's the same. So if I go to tab 18, it's page 195. Okay, perfect. And so that there is the August 29, 2019 notice of termination of that agreement. And you would agree with me that it says there, this letter serves as notice by the town to terminate the water and wastewater agreement signed March 11, 2013. You see that?
Yeah.
And that's the agreement that you attach at tab 3, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then it says that it is terminated 2 years from the date of this letter, and that's pursuant to section 55 of that agreement, correct? You see that?
Correct.
Okay, now I'd like to go back to tab 3, first of all, and take us to paragraph 55 or article 55, which is on page 35 of the statement. Can you see that sentence there? That's the termination provision in paragraph 55, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of the fact that this agreement was never approved by the Alberta Utilities Commission?
Sorry, not to my knowledge.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, you're saying not to your knowledge it wasn't, or are you not sure?
I don't believe it was, but that's the best of my knowledge.
Great, thank you. And then if I can have you turn to tab 19, which is at page 197 of the statement. If we look at the second last paragraph, the one that starts with due to Woodlands County's public statements, you see that?
Yes.
Halfway down that paragraph is where I see the reference referred to earlier. We see it says philosophically and fundamentally linked. Do you see that? So it starts revenue sharing as it is philosophically and fundamentally linked to the provision of water and wastewater services. You see that?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, you cut out there during that. Can you ask that question again?
Yes, for sure. I had that earlier. Okay, so every once in a while the text being troublesome. I'm on page 197 and I'm in the paragraph that starts with due to Woodlands County's public statements. You're with me there?
Yes, I follow you.
Great. I'm looking at the sentence that I think is the third sentence in that starts as a result of the potential. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then 2 rows down from there, at the end of that line, it says, the letter says, Town Council table a motion to give Woodlands County the opportunity to reconsider its position on revenue sharing. And then it uses that phrase that we talked about earlier, the mayor does. It says, as it is philosophically and fundamentally linked to the provision of water and wastewater services. See that?
Yes,
And was it your understanding, you were employed by the town at July of 2019, correct?
correct.
And you understood at that time that the town's position was that revenue sharing from, as between the county and the town was, as the mayor put it, philosophically and fundamentally linked to the town providing the county with water and wastewater services, correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Can I have you turn to two documents we looked at earlier, tab 29. This is the SAC-DUA, what you called, I'm gonna call it what you call it. So the SAC-DUA Intermunicipal Services Agreement. You're with me there?
Yes,
Okay. This agreement was not terminated by that letter, correct? Mr.
correct.
Similarly, tab 30. What we've called you have called this the Deer Park Intermunicipal Services Agreement, correct?
Correct.
This one also was not terminated, am I right?
To the best of my knowledge, correct.
Are you aware that there's been an interim award in this arbitration by the consent of both municipalities for the water services to continue to be provided until the conclusion of this arbitration?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I have you turn to page 230 of your statement? It's within tab 30, so that Deer Park agreement. It's Article 5, suspension and termination. Article 5.1 says the county shall ensure that the system testing, maintenance, and payment of the service fees and system consumption are made in accordance with this agreement. You see that?
Yes.
You're not aware of any non-compliance in that regard, I take it?
No, I believe the county has fulfilled all of their obligations.
Thank you. And the consequence of not complying is that it's set out in 5.2 that the town could temporarily suspend those services if there was non-compliance until it's corrected, correct?
That's my interpretation of how it reads, yes.
Sorry, and I'm not asking you to interpret the document. I actually meant from your knowledge. You understand that that's a possibility, correct?
Correct.
And otherwise, under the heading suspension and termination, there's no 2-year shut off, right?
Not that I can see in this agreement, no.
And have you ever been aware of one?
Only in the 2013 agreement.
Thank you. And the same for the SAC-DUA agreement, there, you understand that there's no similar termination within 2 years' notice as there is in that 2013 agreement, correct?
Correct.
Were you observing these arbitration proceedings when the witnesses for the county testified earlier this week with respect to water and wastewater? So I'll start with I'll go in the order that they attended. Were you present when Mr. Steve Hollett testified?
Yes.
And similarly, when Ms. Ludwig testified, were you observing the proceedings?
Yes.
And also when Mr. Bichon testified?
I believe I caught most of Mr. Bichon's as well.
Pardon? Oh, most of it. So sorry. And I actually was going to clarify, but you spoke, so I don't want to interrupt you. I meant Mr. Bichon spoke with respect to roads as well as with respect to water. Were you present for the water portion?
I believe I did listen to the water portion for the most part. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Sheckleberg, am I correct in assuming that the town does not have other contracts, like agreements as in the nature of your tab 3 water wastewater agreement or the tab 29 and 30? Does the town have any agreements with any other municipality with respect to the services of water or wastewater?
No, we are surrounded entirely by Woodlands County.
May I have you look at the water wastewater agreement that's at tab 3, and I'm gonna have Ms. Antler turn to page 30 because that's where the heading is. Page 30 of the statement, sorry. At the bottom of that page, it says part 3 wastewater, and then it says connection to the Woodlands. Sorry, that was not the page I wanted. I apologize to you there. Sorry. Can I have you look at paragraph 16 of your statement, please? Sorry, before we go there, I can have you go back to paragraph 12. So first, paragraph 12 of your statement, you say there at the last sentence. Again, I'm just going to confirm with you, this is the opinion that we talked about earlier, that although the cost sharing agreement and you refer there to tab 13, which is the cost sharing agreement amendment, and maybe take a look at 13 just so you have a frame of reference. It's at page 173. You say that you acknowledged in the 4th line from the bottom that they are not expressly linked, and you say the negotiations for both proceeded in tandem. My question for you there is, do you have any personal knowledge of that?
Yes, I was around when these agreements were being negotiated.
You were not part of the negotiations though, correct?
For the water and wastewater and cost sharing, no, my involvement was with the intermunicipal development plan.
And then you say the town entered into the agreement in light of the revenue sharing it had negotiated. Again, this is the town's perspective only, correct?
Yes, I guess you could say that.
Well, it's the town's opinion that they're interconnected, correct?
Yes.
And in 16, paragraph 16 of your statement, you say in the second sentence, in June of 2019, Woodlands County arbitrarily discontinued linear revenue sharing. See that?
I I see that, yes.
What do you mean by arbitrarily?
Arbitrarily meant it was their decision. It was not agreed upon by the town.
Arbitrarily, there is an opinion, correct?
I guess I was just trying to imply with that statement that it was the county's decision on their own to discontinue it. It was not via any discussion with the town.
It wasn't a mutually agreed upon decision. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. You've reviewed the statements submitted by the witnesses for the County of Woodlands County, correct? In these proceedings with respect to water, wastewater.
Yes,
So that would include Ms. Ludwig's statement for June 30 and for June 31, correct?
yes,
July 31.
And you would have reviewed Mr. Hollett's water, wastewater statement in June 30, correct?
correct,
And Mr. Bashan's statement also from July 31, correct?
correct.
And did you also review the portion of Mr. Gordon Frank's statement from June 30th with under the heading termination of the water wastewater agreement?
I believe I did read it, yes.
We can pull that up. So it's Mr. Frank's general evidence statement and it's page 12. Just gonna have you confirm. I'm not trying to make you guess, Michelle. So if I ask Ms. Antler to scroll down through that, do you want to just take a quick look and make sure that you have in fact read that?
Make that bigger.
Yeah, could you just make that a little bit bigger?
I'm only laughing because I'm sympathizing with that request. I felt that many times during this week.
Yes, I believe I've read this.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to pull up the county's statement, Mr. Frank's statement there electronically so I can flip you to the tab. So can we turn to tab? Sorry. If we go to tab 28, please, of Mr. Frank's statement. And I'm just going to confirm, this is the same letter we looked at in your statement as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then if we look at sorry, if we go to tab 31, of Mr. Frank's statement, can you read that there? Do you need it bigger? It's good.
One more.
Not
There, that's better. Thank you.
You were employed at this time in August 29, 2019, correct, by the town?
Yes.
Were you aware of this press release going out at the time that it went out?
Yes, I was around when it went out.
So you knew that the town made public the fact that it had terminated the water wastewater agreement, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the county had provided reasons for terminating the tax revenue sharing?
I believe they had claimed financial hardship.
And you refute that in your paragraph 16, correct? You say no evidence of significant or material hardship was provided.
Yes, that statement comes from the July 15th, 2019 RFD that's attached in Appendix 2.
You're relying on that, the document prepared by Mr. Snell.
Correct.
Okay, so that's not your personal knowledge or opinion, it's Mr. Snell's opinion.
Yes, I would not have been privy to any information the county would have sent, so I can't confirm that.
Do you know anything about the financial circumstances of the county at that time?
Only what was posted publicly from the county.
Okay. You describe in paragraph 17 of your statement that I'm looking, so we've looked at tab 18 before, which was Mr. Snell's notice saying we're terminating 2 years from the date of that letter, which was August 29, 2019. Recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and then in tab 19, which you append at paragraph 17 of your statement, you say that what's happening under that letter from Mayor Chichek is that the town sent a letter to the county advising it was prepared to withdraw the termination notice. Sorry?
Sorry, which appendix are you referring to?
19. The one that's referenced there is the July 17, 2019 letter.
Yes, so the July 17th, 2019 letter, that is the one that came prior to the August 2019 termination letter.
Yes, but in your statement, you say the town sent a letter to the county advising it was prepared to withdraw the termination notice in paragraph 17 of your statement.
Yes, but I believe it's Appendix 20 that has that letter.
I see. And that's on January 12, 2021.
Correct.
And the response to that is at tab 21 of your statement, correct?
Correct.
The terms of the water wastewater agreement were, the offer from the town was to continue under the agreement that's set out at tab 3 that has a termination provision, correct?
Correct.
It's the only water wastewater agreement that has the termination provision though, correct?
Correct.
Can I ask you the source of how you, if you look at paragraph 20 of your statement, you say both parties realized benefits from the cost sharing agreement, IDP and the water wastewater agreement, and then you go and list a number of things. What's the basis of you saying both parties realized benefits? Is that your opinion?
Yes, but it was also, I was around at the time these agreements were being created and signed, and I was also involved with the intermunicipal development plan that really linked these two agreements. And it was the discussion, it was the intent of the agreements, and it did have benefits for both parties.
That was what conceptually was identified between the parties as being purpose for having them a mutual benefit, correct?
Correct.
But the items that you list in paragraph 20 in those bullets, those are your opinions about what the benefits were, correct?
There's also some facts in there.
You make a couple references to the airport in your statement. One of them is under this paragraph 20. You say that one of the benefits that you say that both parties realized was create an opportunity to further develop the Whitecourt Airport and county residential subdivisions. Are you referring to all three of those agreements there, the cost sharing, the IGP, and the water wastewater when you make that statement?
Yes.
And in paragraph 14, I can have Ms. Antler turn you there. In paragraph 14, you say by having access to direct water and wastewater services, the industrial areas located on county land adjacent to the town, and then you say in brackets, in the Woodlands Business Park, have grown rapidly since 2013. So that's sort of similar to what you're saying as some of the benefits that are mutually realized in paragraph 20. Am I correct?
That would be one of the benefits, correct?
Okay. And I want you to tell me what industrial areas have grown rapidly since 2013.
Specifically in Woodlands County.
Well, that's
Or
what you're
within-
saying. Yes, specifically, I'm specifically referring to paragraph 14, the first sentence. So within Woodlands County, lands adjacent to the town, which industrial areas have grown rapidly since 2013?
The area specifically referenced in paragraph 14 is the Woodlands Business Park.
So just the business park?
That is the only industrial area other than the airport that is governed under this agreement, yes.
And your opinion is that there's been rapid growth since 2013 in the Woodlands Business Park?
There was some rapid growth, yes, right off the get-go.
Can you be more specific? Tell me what rapid growth you're talking about.
I believe the majority of the developments in the Woodlands Business Park occurred in around that 2013, 2014 timeframe. I want to say about 7 out of the 20 some lots there were developed with industrial properties at that time.
7 lots were developed in 2013 to 2014. Am I understanding your evidence correctly?
Yeah, I may have my timelines. It is approximately.
Okay, yeah, I'm accepting the approximately, that's okay. And what happened since then?
Growth has tapered off a little bit, both in the town and the county. It's been a little bit slower for sure.
So have there been any other rapid growth in the Woodlands Business Park since that approximate, I'm gonna use your same 2013, 2014. Any rapid growth since then?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and none since 2017, am I right?
I would have to go back and look at the last development that occurred there, but it has been a while for sure.
So if I had you look back at paragraph 20, based on the evidence you just gave, the answer you gave to my last question, or I guess the last few questions. When you talk about in the 4th bullet down, allowed Woodlands County to further create the Woodlands Business Park, which provided businesses another option for development, that really hasn't materialized in the last several years, has it?
It is not fully developed yet, no.
So I'm correct in saying it has not materialized. That benefit that you're describing has not come to fruition.
Oh, no, the Woodlands Business Park is there and there are several developments on it. So it has started. All I'm saying is that all of the lots aren't yet fully developed.
But it's been stalled for several years, as I understood your evidence.
Yeah, there hasn't been a permit, big industrial permit issued in a few years.
More than 5.
I'm sorry, I'd have to go back through the records. I want to say the majority of developments did happen in that 2013-14 timeframe.
Okay. Can you explain what you mean by created synergies between the Woodlands, the Whitecourt Airport and the Woodlands Business Park in the next bullet down from there? What is the mutual benefit there?
So the way it's described in the intermunicipal development plan is we talk about locating developments where they're best suited. So whether it's industrial developments, or we talk also about aviation related developments. So if, for example, an industry was to come to the area that needed airport access, this was another opportunity.
Okay. And have there been any of those to your knowledge since that 2013-2014 period?
I'm honestly unaware of which ones may or may not be using the airport for their business.
But your reference is the synergy between the airport and the Woodlands Business Park. So would you agree that to the extent there hasn't been any rapid growth or really any growth since that early period that you mentioned, the 2013-2014 period, there correspondingly would be no real synergy in that same period? Is that fair?
I'm not sure if that's how I would use the term synergy. Synergy, I was trying to say that you can locate developments close in proximity to one another because they may utilize one another, they may benefit from one another. That's where that synergy term comes from. I can say that growth has stagnated in both the town and county over the last several years, but I think the word synergy is still applicable when it comes to the Woodlands Business Park being located adjacent to the airport.
Okay, so I think I understand you to be wearing your planner hat right now. And I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I just want to make sure I'm following you. I think if I'm thinking about if you're speaking in the planner voice to talk about, you're putting these things close together because when development occurs, there will be, I should have started by asking you what you meant by synergy, but there will be whatever you mean by synergy. When development starts happening, that should flow back and forth. Is that fair?
Yes, there could be synergies, correct.
Okay, am I understanding, do you want to define synergy for me so that I'm not misusing it by what you meant?
I think the way you've described it is close enough.
Okay, so when there's activity in one place that's very proximate to another place, it can spill over and sort of create activity in another location. Is that more or less right? I know it's imperfect, but.
Yes, that's one part of it for sure.
Okay, and so if the park isn't really moving forward, and it hasn't been for several years, that's probably not creating that activity within the airport. Is that fair? Or fostering or whatever. I don't know how to transfer that energy, but that energy from the business park, if there isn't much, it's not going to move over to the airport. Is that fair?
Yeah, I guess when there's no growth, there's no growth. And that's we're kind of seeing that throughout all of the town and county, whether it's at the airport or the business park or within the town itself.
Right, and you would agree then that in the Woodlands Business Park, effectively speaking, since prior roughly to 2015, there has been little to no growth.
Prior to 2015 is when we did see fairly rapid growth, and then it has tapered off since then.
Okay. And so similarly, if we jump down to the second bullet below that, increased tax revenues for new development in the service area. And so to the extent that there hasn't been development in the business development part, in the business part, in the Woodlands Business Park, there would correspondingly be no increase in tax revenue from those businesses that haven't developed, correct?
Can you just repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, yes. So I'm looking at 2 bullets down from the one we just looked at about the synergies, and it says increased tax revenues from new development, and then I'm jumping over the bracket in the service area. And the service area that I'm talking about specifically is that Woodlands Business Park. And what I'm saying is, without the new development that we both agree there hasn't been substantial new development for many years, or several years, I think I'll say, there is also then no corresponding increase in tax revenue to the county, correct?
Yes, correct. Sure, yes.
Okay. The bullet below that, enhanced fire protection capabilities at the Whitecourt Airport and surrounding developments. And then you say, thereby creating cost benefits to property owners in the area through decreased property insurance costs. Who are you talking about that will benefit from the reduced insurance costs?
In that statement, I'm referring to the property owners themselves. So my understanding is when in proximity to say fire hydrants and water lines where you could install the sprinkler system, you can get lower property insurances.
So at the airport, correct?
At the airport, the Woodlands Business Park, etc.
Okay, not in the residential properties.
I'm uncertain as to if there were hydrants installed or not in the residential. I know there were at the airport and the business park.
And have you said you've reviewed Mr. Bichon's statement from July 31, correct, or July 30?
I read it, yes,
And you saw the Stantec report that's attached, correct?
I did.
Did you review that?
I read it over, yes,
And you have an engineering background, correct?
correct.
And you saw that it said there isn't sufficient capacity to the fire hydrants that are at the airport, correct?
I seen that, yes.
So this statement, I trust, I heard you say to your lawyer that you believe this to be true at the time you read the statement. And that was your assumption, that there was functional capacity for water at the airport at that time, I take it.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, you thought there was sufficient capacity and volume of water for those fire hydrants at the airport to function as you would expect. In your capacity as an engineer, you would have expected them to function the way one would expect airport fire hydrants to work when you swore this state or when you signed this statement, correct?
I don't believe this statement was in regards to how the hydrants would work, but more to the point of, I knew that if you're located adjacent to a hydrant or able to sprinkle your building, that you could get lower insurance rates.
Okay, well, you believed when you signed this statement that there was enhanced fire protection at the airport, correct?
Yes, I would believe that having a water line and a hydrant would enhance your fire protection capabilities.
And you agree that Stantec created an opinion that's attached to Mr. Bichon's report that says the complete opposite, correct?
It doesn't quite say there's no fire protection. It just says that some of the fire flows do have some capacity issues.
It doesn't say enhanced, correct?
By enhanced, I was getting at from having no water line and no hydrant, now having it, that would be an enhanced, in my opinion, ability for fire capability.
Having now reviewed the report after having made this statement, would you still agree that there's enhanced fire protection capabilities at the Whitecourt Airport?
Yes, from having, as I mentioned, from having no water line and no hydrant, even one that doesn't quite meet those adequate flows, you're still able to have some protection. You're able to fill your tankers, etc.
Okay, so let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. When you signed this statement, was your baseline zero water protection, zero fire protection?
Can you repeat that?
I'm saying, what was your baseline? When you made this statement, enhanced fire protection, let me be clear, you made this statement when you assumed that there was no issue with the flow for the water fire hydrants at the airport, is that correct?
No, this statement doesn't really have to do with the flows at the airport. It has to do with the benefits of the cost sharing IDP, water, wastewater, allowing the county to be serviced with municipal water and wastewater systems, and therefore creating that potential for enhanced protection.
Okay. Let's go back to the residential properties that are adjacent to the airport. The residential properties adjacent to the airport, did I understand you correctly that you do not know whether there are fire hydrants installed in that area?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. I know that there is distribution lines out to the residential areas, but I didn't do my research to realize whether or not there were hydrants. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to ask if I understood you correctly. Okay, I just noticed that we are at almost 2 o'clock. I am not going to finish in 5, 10, or 15 or 20 minutes. So I'm happy to park the rest of this for tomorrow. And so what we can do is, I'm going to suggest that we finish with water, wastewater tomorrow morning, Mr. Ward, with your agreement and Ms. House's agreement. And then we move on to cemeteries and the school from Ms. Schecklerberg. And then perhaps we can have a conversation offline if you're somewhere that I may contact you, Mr. Ward, and we can talk about the direction of witnesses after that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I'd appreciate some direction on who you want to have next or you anticipate going tomorrow so I can instruct those witnesses to be available, Ms. Roberts.
Well, I'm wondering if we could have a conversation after this because I have a question for you and I just don't know if we need to stream that conversation. I'm wanting to get some input from you about a particular witness. So,
okay, so what we're going to do at this point in time is we're going to close the hearing today, which means we can stop the streaming.